Helmet, are you starting with him?
Not with Bubble Walker. Yeah. We'll see what size it is. It's that one which might top. Yeah.
Okay, don't worry. No, don't worry, thanks for checking. I'll find somewhere to dump it.
Robert, can you just grab that one and come past, mate? Yeah,
I'll be ready for it, yeah.
It's just sorry, mate. I put the rope there.
Some of the balls, see that ball.
Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome to Merchant Taylor School Northwood. The County Championship is back. This Division 1 fixture between Middlesex and Northamptonshire, a crucial one in Division 1 for the season ahead. Both sides will very much be looking at this as a chance to gain grounds on those ahead. Northamptonshire beaten, of course, by Kent heavily in their last fixture in the Championship. That a 10-wicket defeat, an innings defeat for Northamptonshire. It means that Kent sit third bottom, dropping Middlesex to second bottom, and Northants sit bottom of the pile. But Northants and Middlesex both played 7, whilst Kent had played 8, Nottinghamshire 8 as well, and a victory for Middlesex could see them climb immediately above Kent and Nottinghamshire in this round, with a game in hand as well. They both in action, Nottinghamshire against Surrey, so a tough one for them. News of the toss here at Merchant Taylor School on a glorious sunny morning so far is that Northamptonshire have won it, and they have elected to bat. Perhaps a slight surprise, because there's a little bit of a greenish tinge, but it is a Kookaburra match, this one as well, so I know there was some conjecture whether, as usual at Merchant Taylor School, you win the toss and you bat. It's a pitch over 4 days, where at an outground you'd expect conditions to become more difficult and to break up. Let's see how that plays out across the 4 days. There are our umpires. Paul Pollard and Tom Lungley. As you can hear, it's Pollard on the right, Lungley on the left, leading our way out. The match referee for this is Hinks, Simon Hinks, and scorers. You'll just have seen the umpires pass by in the background as well for this. Don Shelley and Owen as well. So the teams, well, Middlesex make one change from the side that lost against Hampshire, and Luke Holman is the man who has to make way. A little harsh on the leg spinner. It was a turning surface, you can see right in the middle of your pitch there behind Sam Robson. Josh DeCaries, though, he picked up 7 for outstanding down at Hampshire. It was a crucial toss in that one because it was a dry surface prepared by the hosts to suit Liam Dawson, and suit Liam Dawson it did. Not only with a century when they won the toss and elected to bat first, Gubbins, the former Middlesex man, with the century as well, but for Dawson 12 wickets as Middlesex were skittled and struggled to find a reply against him. It played out perfectly for the hosts. The pitch that they would have wanted, the toss they most certainly would have wanted, and the performance as well. So all to play for these two now. As for Northamptonshire, Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay leading the way out for their side there. As you can see in shots open, the batting Justin Broad, Sam Whiteman, Luke Proctor, the captain, Rob Keogh, Saif Zaib, Lewis McManus, the wicket keeper, Tom Taylor, Ben Sanderson, and Jack White are the 11. So, here we are, ready to go for, well, as you say, crucial for sure. This will be a game that both sides have looked at. And that man in the foreground, Toby Rowland-Jones, skippering. That little bit of grass cover. Now, we talked about the surface at the Aegeus, Hampshire against Middlesex. Well, here, you'd have to wonder, that little bit of a grass covering, is that something that Middlesex have asked for? It can be quite dry at times, certainly pacey, bouncy. Let's see how it goes for this one. And, well, a lively start we would expect with the ball, even though it's a kookaburra. Here's Rowland-Jones to get us underway up against Vasconcelos. 4 slips in place, as you can see. Rolling row. There's the cry from somewhere in the fields. So 4 slips, a point. Mid off, mid on, mid wicket and long leg.
Are you hearing me, Ollie?
Take through that Middlesex lineup in full. Robson, Stoneman, Milan, Eskenazi, Holden, Simpson, the wicket keeper, Ryan Higgins, Josh de Carys, Toby Rowland-Jones, Tom Helm and Ethan Bambus. No Tim Murtagh is the other man who sits this one out. Beautiful rowing, cry from behind. Well, it's a wonderful day of cricket yesterday for cricket watchers around the world. Unless you're Australian, of course, but an Ashes series, a Test series, most crucially, a 5-match Test series alive and kicking, heading towards the 4th Tests here in the Championship, all to play for. Little straighter there, and there's the first run of the match. Deep backward square leg. Pete Milan. Crying the fields and plenty of expectation. It's a nice ball. Just to watch the bounce on this one. As I say, a little bit of grass, does that improve the pace of the surface at all? We shall see. It can be a surface, as with all out grounds, which can be a little unpredictable at times. Played. And a good first over. Northamptonshire winning the toss. They're 1 without loss. Give you an eye on what's happening at the games up and down the country as well this morning, but keeping a close eye, of course. First up here, Tom Helm to bowl from the Bennett end, running down the hill. So Rowland-Jones worth marking as well, running up the hill from the Lake ends. So you'd expect to find that extra bit of bounce, but Helm down the hill if one skids on, will try and push them back, I'm sure, in his natural way. Vasconcelos it is again. Hits up that single in the opening over. pads. Pitching outside the line of leg. No deep thirds, so that will be 4. First boundary of the match, Vasconcelos, dangerous customer. Got in behind that one nicely, and I'd say I'd be interested to see him. I mean, he's a smaller figure, and actually that'll help him, I'm sure. Facing Helm, down the hill. Good in line on the back foot. So it'll be interesting to see whether Vasconcelos is pushed back by Helm. Naturally, he will look to play from deeper within the crease. That's nicely bowled. A little bit of shape once it passes the batter as well. Simpson taking it away in front of slip there. Now look at that bounce through to the keeper. That's down the hill as well from Helm, running down the slope from the Bennett end. Now a little bit off the surface as well. He's taking that almost in front of second there, John Simpson. End of the over, 5 without loss. Glorious picture at Merchant Taylor School. That's the old school back in the distance there. Temporary stand set up to give some shelter to all the elements here at Merchant Taylor's. Just the 2 balls faced for Gay so far. Both of them faced from Roland Jones. Now pitching outside the line of leg, I fancy a big appeal from behind the slips. Roland Jones, it felt as though he followed it. Right arm over to the left hander. My first instinct was that's just dropped outside the line of leg. Actually, that's pretty tight. Seamed into the left hander as well, straightened. Height slightly an issue on it also. Height an issue on that one, but Roland Jones will have enjoyed that bounce up the hill with the Kookaburra. Plenty of talk in the last round about Kookaburra ball. Its merits, its effectiveness. Nice again from Roland Jones. Good leave from Gay. Should be a test. Who's the more under pressure here? Side bottom of the table, really up against it. They've got a lot to do on the side who will fancy their chances of climbing up the table significantly, particularly in this round. A little tickle at that one down the leg side. Not quite a Ben Stokes. For Gay though, it was a huge disappointment yesterday when the England skipper had to drag himself off, but fortunately in the end, not too costly. Not costly at all. England have the win. Stokes can keep some runs up his sleeve for Old Trafford. Beautiful. That's where the fancy is that Middlesex may well have bowled first as well. Bit of grass. Look at that one, just go off the surface with bounce as well through to the gloves. I'll be happy with carry that one, Simpson. Again, he's got to be wary behind the stumps there up the hill because it can kick up as well, but happy enough with that carry and that take. End of the third over, 5 without loss. What a beaut. What a way to start the over. Vasconcelos, we say he will naturally play off the back foot to Helm. That's Helm at his very, very best. Not much Vasconcelos can do about that. All that. Now look at that go. Let's have a look at that one. This is even more interesting. Let's watch the length on this. It's that little bit fuller. It really goes across him. It'd probably start wider than I thought actually. But even still, there's a warning sign there from Vasconcelos. That's the length. If that just starts a little bit straighter. It's a beaut again. Just got through. Think he got fingertips to it, but it's not going to take the pace of it, I don't think. Roland Jones giving the chase, it will. Oh, it's going to keep him interested all the way. Well, that's warmed the skipper up. They've taken 3. I think Holden just got a hand on it. Go again. Gay in behind that one. This is going to be an interesting test for Gay as well. Any bounce that he's getting down the hill again, one that might slide a little from Helm. Oh, shoots that through. That's a great stop by Simpson. Otherwise, that was 4 byes all the way. Brilliant from Simpson. I think he started pretty wide on that one, so there's not too much for us really to judge. Yeah, it starts particularly wide and takes a bounce as well on the way through. That's the other interesting thing again. For Simpson, it's going to be a challenge. So let's have a look at the two batters. Vasconcelos and Gay. It's a familiar opening pair now for Northamptonshire. Solid from Roland Jones. So he's still only 25, Ricardo Vasconcelos. Feels like he's been around for a very, very long time now. Johannesburg born. First class average of 32, 8 centuries and 19 50s in 130 innings. Decent ball, angles across, good pace and bounce. Beautiful, beautiful from Roland Jones to Vasconcelos. Plenty out there. Plenty that Middlesex would have hoped for at the start of this innings. They'll know they need to cash in though at this stage. All eyes on the Kookaburra ball in the last match, as it will be again in this round here. And that one dies on the way through to Simpson. Something we're really going to keep an eye on. That's up the hill from Roland Jones. The bounce doesn't carry through to John Simpson. He's going to have his work cut out. All the wickets that he's claimed for Middlesex, he's climbed so high up the list. The clubsman for Middlesex. A couple. That's deep backward square leg. Peter Milan still patrolling out there. So there's that shot we were talking about. The forecast says there will be a couple of showers around over the next few days. So something that we'll keep an eye on. Merchant Taylor School though, you fancy if it's 3 days it will probably be enough, an outground surface which favours the seamers. This man will hope that it favours him this round. Tom Helm. Look at that. Look at where Simpson's held that, over his right shoulder. Sharp focus on the early exchanges here with this Kookaburra ball, because that'll be the big question, the big anomaly here at Merchant Taylors. Haven't bowled with the Kookaburra here before. After 15-20 overs, what happens? It's obviously what Northamptonshire are banked on. Get in and get those runs, get through the first 15-20 overs and hope they can see off this Middlesex attack. It's going to be tough. It's going to be very, very tough, just like that. Helm immediately on the spot once more. Helm's able to leave it there consistently, then that's a line and length from a pace and height that he delivers that would see him in the England side, no doubt about it. All eyes on Ollie Robinson. Questions of Tongue coming back in for Robinson. Is Anderson going to be able to get back in for Wokes at Old Trafford? Helm is a man who has been there or thereabouts with the England squads for a while, but started last season very, very well for Middlesex. Just wondered whether that was going to be the year, but then another cruel injury slowing things for Helm. Full up. Good stride from Gay, getting in behind it. Just put my head down there for a moment, didn't realise the throw went back at the stumps. They get through. Work for the umpires to do. Oh, wow. I'll be glad about that overthrow now. Chance to have a look at Vasconcelos again. Really interesting matchups here in the difference in height of the two batters. Let's talk about left-hand, right-hander messing up a line of a bowler. Actually, with this slope here as well, does the height of these two batters slightly play with the bowlers as well. That's the length where Helm will desperately trying to keep it against Gay. End of the over. 11 done. 11 gone. 11 without loss even. Nicely tickled away. That's the first boundary for Gay. It's a little too straight from Roland Jones. Certainly bounce there again this morning. That's what they're looking for. Let's have another look. Like I say, at the moment for me, the real focus here is on the bounce at the moment. That's just a nice line and length though. Really want to settle into a good line and length pretty quickly here now, Middlesex. End of the 7th, 15 without loss. Lovely ball. Bit of frustration here at the moment for Middlesex though, because they are going past the edge. They'll know in this first 15 to 20 overs you need that breakthrough. Everything's there for them at the moment, apart from that little bit of wood on the outside edge. Bring those slips into play. Around the wicket helm. This will be an interesting line now. I did wonder that when we saw a couple go past the edge about how long he could stay over the wicket. Beautiful, beautiful bowling again. Nice shot. Played it on the up, that one, but safely enough, was in control. Yeah, look at that. That's interesting for Helm. Vasconcelos, in the end, I reckon he's left it on length. But he's gone wide on the crease and he's delivered that angle. It's a really good lead by Vasconcelos, playing well inside it. But that ball has gone, and it could easily, if it held its line, that one, it could easily have come in and challenged the edge of the bat. And now Roland Jones around the wicket as well. Bowler's ends the cry. He does get back to that end, but they're through. How clear was this communication? Clear as mud, but they got there in the end. It's a great shot. That'll feel good for Vasconcelos and for Northamptonshire, who won the toss, remember. Glorious. Saw a few of those yesterday in the test, didn't we, down the grounds. Duckett at the start of the innings got it going. A couple of cracking on drives. Now the other side with mid on, a tumbling Tom Helm, can't stop it, has to pick himself up and go again. And they've run 3, Vasconcelos on to 17. Gay on to strike. Born in Bedford. He wasn't, Gay was. This man was born in Bedford, I think. Turned 23 in April. 26.3 his first class average. 3 centuries, 6 50s for him. Debut in 2019. Good stride to meet that from Roland Jones. End of the over, 23 without loss after 9. They've gone past the edge a lot. They haven't taken the edge yet though. A little bit of that seam movement though has been particularly interesting, but the real sharp focus on this particular match and up and down the country will be the seam movement. Now here at Merchant Taylor School you expect a fair old bit of seam movement, and there's a bit of green covering out there. Oh, look at that. What a start to the over. Now, how long can Helm leave it there from around the wicket? That's unplayable. The line, the length. Look first at the length. He's got to play at that. Got to play at that. It's too close. Down the hill as well from the Benham end. There's always the chance it can just kick on. The trajectory will take it on towards that top of off. That probably would have passed over the top, that one, had it have been in line. Wider on the crease, Helm. Vasconcelos able to get in behind. Got to plug away here, be patient, persevere. Driven nicely, through the covers it goes. Three runs, good stop. Snowman helping out as well. Fuller. It's a gate from Hellman. Again, talking about the length here. We've just seen him walk past Vasconcelos at the non-strikers, and considerably shorter than Hellman, of course, but also considerably shorter than Gay on strike now. Where you see diminutive batters, they're able to sit that little bit deeper in the crease, forces the bowler then to bowl fuller to them and manage to get the clips or the drives away. As for Gay, there's a few lengths that Helm has hit against Vasconcelos that will be very interesting against a slightly taller bowler. Taller batter, sorry. Interesting, he's gone back over the wicket. It's a Gay. Good stride in, good defence. Angled across, little short, little wide. Keeps nipping away as you see the hand gestures there. End of the 10th. Northamptonshire winning the toss here at Merchant Taylors School. 26 without loss. Again, a familiar pairing at the top, these two. Familiar pairing, Helm and Roland Jones as an opening pair. Slightly unfamiliar first change, Ryan Higgins for Middlesex this season. He's had to play his fifth seamer at times. No, Tim Mercer for this one. They decided to go with the all-rounder Higgins to provide the swing option, that little bit of seam movement as well. Of course, there was a seaming surface at Lords against Kent. Northamptonshire will be very familiar with those foes after the defeat in the last championship round. 10 for Mercer against Kent, or one that was seaming at Lords. I guess for Higgins as well, Roland Jones will partly think if it's going to swing, it's going to do it at the start of the Kookaburra, so for him to be effective you need to get him in. Now, there you go. Well played, Ricardo Vasconcelos, because that ball has really shaped on him. Let's have a look. Body's opening up towards the onside, and he has to keep that bat face open. We talk about it so many times. You close that bat face there with the ball moving. Leading edge comes into play, but he's kept Gray Nichols' sticker pointing back down the track at Higgins, and that's what saved him. Middle straight at that time, and he's happy to go with it. Nicely played, beautifully timed. No chance for long leg to get around, other than just to pick it up over the rope. Onto the hip, really, that one from Higgins. They'll come in a hurry, lads, is the cry from the field as they look for this breakthrough. That's pretty much where he wants to be. Higgins won't want Vasconcelos leaving anything alone, so he's going to be a little bit straighter than Helm and Roland Jones. It's actually a height factor for the bowler as well on this one. He's a skiddier bowler. Higgins, shorter bowler than the well, particularly Helm and Roland Jones, but even from Bamber as well. Oh, it's a beaut. And where he's got him playing and playing and playing, Vasconcelos will have it in his mind, even though that one perhaps, if he was receiving one regularly on or around that length, then maybe he's leaving that one alone. But we have seen one dart away from him. He'd have been wary of the one darting back in there as well, but equally he's expecting to play at 99% of deliveries from Higgins. Just like that. What a ball. Right on the spot. What a change from Roland Jones. Higgins strikes. Last ball of his opening over. Middlesex have their breakthrough. And a high five for the skipper, I'm sure, as he brings Higgins in early. Higgins makes that crucial breakthrough. Fine start from Vasconcelos, 24 from 40. And he's disappointed as he makes his way off, but that edge has been challenged all the way through. Let's have a look from the other end. Has to play at it. Top of off. Perfect from Higgins. Exemplary from Simpson as ever behind the stumps. And challenging this morning for Vasconcelos. He got a little cameo going at the start. But again, that ball there. Any little bit of movement back in, there's no way he can leave it. Can he get further across? Well, again, any little bit of movement back in and you're worried about your inside edge being beaten. So you can give yourself every chance, which is what Vasconcelos and Gay have been doing this morning. But Middlesex have their breakthrough. Northamptonshire 30 for 1. East to backward point. Quick singles taken to Higgins. Man who's made the breakthrough. This man will be desperate for a wicket as well. Tom Helm. So he started last season fantastically well. He's been in and out of the side this year for Middlesex. Beat again. It's a little short onto that hip. Pick up a couple here. Gets Broad off the mark. Come back to Broad in a moment, but just wanted to give you those Helm figures this year. With the ball, Helm has 7 wickets at an average of 53. Roland Jones 18 at 31, Bamber 21 at 22, Higgins 20 at 21. Oh, it's lovely. Look at that slip cordon as well in place. 5 in behind young Broad. Last one to mention, Merter 20 is his average for his 21 wickets. 10 in a game against Kent, we mentioned. Helm hunting wickets here. It's a little wide on that one to end the over. 33 for 1. End of the 12th. So Helm looking for wickets. So, talks through Bedford-born Gay, as we established in the end. He has Broad out there with him. The change from the card, Russell was down on the card, but Broad the man given the nods. Justin Broad, he's just turned 23, 30th of June. The first German international to represent Northamptonshire, I was reliably informed. So much like the likes of Gareth Berg, the Italian Gareth Berg international, not registered as an overseas, former Northamptonshire man as well, of course. It's that same line and length. It's just hung back slightly there, Gay. That's the line and length that picked up Vasconcelos. Taller man, Gay, he's actually done well there. Vasconcelos, we talked about the shorter man, doesn't quite need to get as far forward. A taller batter, just hung back slightly. He's played it late, played it well. Fells him. Makes the little movement of his hand as picks himself up. Oh, inside edge onto the body. Speeds up off the inside edge, as Mike Selvey tells us, quite rightly. Nice from Higgins again. Okay, he does get a bit more of a stride in on this occasion. Just saw the back end of it there as he picked himself up out of his final position. A bit more forward to that one, but still letting it come to him. Had a lovely jubbly in the fields. Thank you, Delboy. Maybe the most likely Delboy in the Middlesex 11. Well, Merter's not playing, so we have to scratch him straight away. Holman wouldn't have been a bad shout. 2 of the ones left out. Roland Jones. I reckon Mark Stoneman could be a wheeler and dealer. Very different accent to Del Boy though. Fellow Durham cricketer, did well for England yesterday, didn't he? Former England man Stoneman, he'd have enjoyed watching Wood and his exploits for England. Edged with, well, soft hands and angled bat, but actually that ball, it felt as though it was dying almost before it reached the bat of Broad. Let's have a look. Again, the bounce is something they're really focused on this morning. That was a fuller ball actually, he's played it quite deep, but equally has played it late and with those soft hands, but it was a much fuller delivery than I thought at first. Traps the bat down on it. We'll get a couple. Slide from Milan. Just a couple it is for Broad. So first class debut for Broads. He's played in 15 T20s and 9 T20 internationals. Western Province under 15. Surrey second 11 as well. Justin Broad. Hit 34 unbeaten against Lancashire at the end of the blast. The 2nd of July. None for 18 with the ball, and that's the thing, he's in for a little bit of spin, replacing Russell, but a batter primarily. 2 for 11 against Leicestershire in the blast as well. 1 for 7 against Lancashire in the reverse fixture at Wantage Road. But 34 unbeaten against Lancashire and 47 unbeaten against Yorkshire at Leeds as well in the blast. Just sprays out a little from Helm, looks back at the surface. But yeah, we were looking at Helm's average. He want to be racking up a few, especially this week. It's a seamer's surface. It's one for a tall, fast, quick. One to be nasty on as well. With Tino Best playing for, I think it was Hampshire here. Sent down a beamer to Voges, as I remember. Okay, gets nicely in behind that one again. Good for. I prefer seeing Helm around the wicket here to the left-hander. He's around the wicket to Vasconcelos. I think he'll have some joy there around the wicket to Gay as well. He's tried over the wicket once more, but good to see him back around the wicket. But yeah, Tino Best had a fiery spell, sending in a whole load of bumpers, slipped out accidentally, of course, a beamer. Wide on the crease and angles it down the leg side. End of the over. 14 done, 7 done from Helm. Northamptonshire 34 for 1. We'll look at the averages this season for Northamptonshire. Keogh's top. Scored an aggregate of 150 runs in that defeat against Kent. Tried his very best. He's averaging just over 39, 36 for Zaid, but then Whiteman's averaging 32. Only Keogh and Weitzman have reached centuries so far. That's something, of course, that Middlesex's batters will very much be looking to change this week. Yet to see a Middlesex batter reach 3 figures. Right, Higgins to Broad for the first time, I do believe. Oh, that's nice. One thing to note of Broad is he plays it late. Plays it deep within the crease. He plays the ball very, very late. Really happy to let the ball come onto him. Plunge forward. Again, he's not a short batter as Vasconcelos, the man he's replaced. Higgins picking up Vasconcelos' last ball of his opening over. Oh, now bounce for Higgins. It's the first one this morning that really has upset a batter in terms of the bounce. He said he likes to play it late. He probably could have left it alone on line. Again, the movement Higgins has got, it's very easy to say from here. A smile on the face of Helm. Yes, it is. He's up the hill again from the Lake End. He's where Roland Jones was running up the hill, so you would expect the inclination just to aid any little bit of extra bounce that they'll look for. So I'll bowl again. I'll play by Broad. End of the 15th, 34 for 1. Gay has 7, Broad has 3. Oh, my bad, one to come. Oh, it's a good one as well. Higgins clearly getting enough sideways movement to affect the judgment of the leave just outside off. End of the 15th it is. Northamptonshire having won the toss, 34 for 1. Just a bit of shape away. So, change of bowling at the Benham end. Ethan Bamber's into the attack. I mentioned his return this year. He's probably been the most consistent of the Middlesex bowlers, I'd suggest. Higgins as well, but of the Middlesex quicker bowlers. Bamber picking up 21 wickets at an average of 22. He and Murtagh leading the wickets column, 21 apiece. Murtagh a couple of runs, or a run and a half cheaper, his average 20.7. Solid start from Bamber. Excellent again from Bamber. Immediately around the wicket here, which I like as well. Yeah, he's picked up 22. He missed the opening game of the season against Essex, but an ever-present thereafter came in for his first match in the defeat against Northamptonshire in the reverse fixture. Bottom edge, looking to punch at it. Was a little bit of width from around the wicket. Gay would have seen that pretty early and fancied, but even with that width, particularly say there was much off the surface on that one. Leg side to finish, end of the 16th. Decent first over from Bamber, just the last one slipping down. Maiden start up for Bamber. 34 for 1, Northamptonshire. Beautiful from Higgins, shapes away from the right-hander. Bit of bounce as well up the hill once more. Let's have a look back on the first game of the season between these two at Wantage Road. Northamptonshire won by 7 wickets. Won the toss, elected to field. Middlesex were all done for 149 in that first innings. Again, it was a difficult period for the top order at that point. 11 for 4, then 36 for 5. Higgins, however, hit 70 in the first innings, 32 for Simpson, who's just taken the ball behind the stumps as well, the only two to make it into double figures. That's Higgins having that tremendous start to the season when he passed 50 in each of the first innings of the first 4 games of the campaign. 3 for Sanderson, 2 for White, 3 for Tremaine and 2 for Proctor as the bowling display. Berg none for 22 from 4. Keeps a fraction low up the hill from the lake ends, and well, that'll send a few alarm bells ringing. So the one thing about batting last year as well at Merchant Taylor's School, that the bounce doesn't improve over the 4 days. How much it deteriorates, so you have to wait and see, but if you've seen a few like that already, he's hit the gloves and now he's had one keep low. And now he gets one to nip back in and take the inside edge. Challenging stuff from Higgins. Single to end the over. Broad moves to 4. Northamptonshire moves to 35 for 1. So with the bat, it wasn't Gay, it was Vasconcelos and Azad who opened. Azad with 33, Vasconcelos made 9. It was a top scorer of 75 from Keogh, unbeaten. Proctor hit 39 and Northamptonshire were all done for 198. Useful little lead, 4 for Roland Jones. Bamber came back into the side and picked up 3 for 42 from 20, the most economical. It was a good return from him. And he hasn't looked back since. Here he goes, down the hill from the Benham end again. Middlesex's second innings at Wantage Road. Stoneman 24. Memory serves, he was the first of the top order to reach the 20s at that point. Let me just double check from that first innings. Yes, he was. Eskenazi 37 in the Middlesex second innings. 30 from Holman, 37 from Roland Jones to give themselves something to bowl at. Crunched hard through the covers. Lovely shot off the back foot. Little bit of width. Well, Broad gives Middlesex and all of us a little bit of exposure to why he's been given the nod. Yep, started wide. Happily onto the back foot. Beautifully put away. Yeah, there were 2 for Sanderson, 3 for Tremaine, 2 for Proctor, 1 apiece for Whiteberg and Keogh, as Middlesex were done for 167, despite Holman and Roland Jones just giving Middlesex something to bowl at. And actually at one stage he thought Vasconcelos was gone for 13, Azad for 14, Tremaine 13. He thought just maybe that final morning Middlesex might have picked up a couple more and given themselves a chance, but 60 unbeaten from White, 16 from Proctor. Oh, that goes past the edge now. It's slightly fuller next ball, Bamber, after being punched, and then this one. That wasn't too dissimilar to the ball that was punched for 4, and when he did play it, as lovely a shot as it was, I did think that Bamber and co might not be too alarmed to see Broad looking to punch at one like that. Lovely ball. Just got him fishing at the moment. Punch for 4. Tentative forward defence. A waft outside the off stump and an Irvie prod defending on the off stump there from Broad. Prod's away at the surface now. It's Bamber got last ball of the over. That was hanging wide enough. He nearly nibbled at it again though. So there's a little bit of uncertainty there for Broad, which I'm sure Bramber will be quite keen on. 1 scoring shot of the 12 he's delivered so far. 4 of them punched through the covers beautifully by Broad. His first boundary in first class cricket. And you may well remember it was a lovely shot to find a first boundary. Talks it through with Gay. Punch of the gloves. Work to do for these two. There's still bits happening out there with the Kookaburra ball, but it is around this mark though that in that game down at Hampshire we were told the ball just started to ease up. Angled away. Nicely done, over the top of it, angled bat. Turn for 2. Back they come for the thirds. Well run. Oh, stumps thrown down. We're at a pretty decent angle here. We're basically side on, and that looks comfortably home. Appeals all round from everybody still. Holden set off to give chase. So too Robson and Carey's. Look, Holden with the throw now, picks it up, throws, bang, into the stumps, but they were home. Edge but short. Full of ball. We've seen that on a couple of occasions now. Quite full. Didn't go hard at it. Didn't really stride purposely and push hard at the ball, which is what we've noted all the way through from Broad. He's played it late as much as he can. Lets the ball come to him, but one thing he does seem to do is just dangle that bat on or around the off stump or just outside of. Wraps on the pads. Higgins went late. Just doing too much perhaps. Kicked up the hill also. Let's have a look. Top of leg was perhaps its best chance. Well, I tell you what, I don't think the height was too bad on that. Hits on the back leg. I reckon they'd have gone upstairs, or they'd have been well advised to. Saw it in the test match. Was it the first test at Edgbaston when Smith was hit? Not only above the knee roll, but he was hit almost above the pad on the back foot. It's taking the top of the bails off, and he was gone. As I say, I reckon that one would have been reviewed. Bowled again. A quick look around the scores elsewhere at the end of the over. It's been some lively starts by the looks of it, particularly for Somerset. 44 for 4 at home to Hampshire. End of the 19th here. Northamptonshire 42 for 1. Let's go straight to Taunton. It's a very, very changed up side, particularly the bowling attack for Somerset. Saw a tweet last night from Anthony Gibson, a long-term Somerset fan, nearly as long Somerset commentator, saying that, well, he's comparing the wickets taken by the Hampshire attack to those of Somerset historically, and basically Somerset have got Jack Brooks. Other than that, Ogborne, Bashir, Bess, Aldridge. Tom Abel, I'm not sure whether he can bowl just yet. The batting, they have got Lammonby and Dixon opening. Lammonby 15, who can offer a little bit himself as well with the ball, of course. Dixon 21, both falling to Abbott. In fact, Abbott's got all 4, but the 4th was a run out. So Lammonby was caught Brown, bowled Abbott for 14, Dixon LBW Abbott for 21, Abel caught and bowled Abbott for 5, and Bartlett run out by Abbott for a second ball duck. So Amid and Rue together, 46 for 4 now, Somerset, who have gone, as we say, with a bit of a changed up side ahead of finals day. Good start from Roland Jones, holds him to a single. It was a nice firm push from Gay. Gorgeous, gorgeous from Bamba. Really true. Broad into it. Lift again for Bamba, resisting it now, Broad. Again, that wasn't far off where Broad was looking to punch, looking to play in the previous over to Bamba. That outside edge is really in play for Ethan Bamba. Broad with a bit to think about. Nicely done from Bamba. Just one off the over. None for 5 off his 3. Bamba at his miserly best, but challenging all the time as well. 43 for 1. Ten for 3. 50th ball for Gay. He's on to 14. He settled in pretty nicely here, Gay. Outside edge was challenged a lot. They've still got it going here, Middlesex. They've still got something happening. Just looking at those other scores, Kent are 40 for 4. That's one that both these sides have got their eye on. Mayeye still there on 21, the Zimbabwean. Compton's gone for 9, Denley 1. Finch, a duck, leaning run out Rhodes for 7. Rushworth with a couple of wickets. Oh, it's a beaut. Absolute jaffer that to Broads. Well, there have been a few ingenious shots from Broad so far, but look at that. What do you do with that? What do you do with that? Kookaburra still offering a bit to Higgins here. Good move from Roland Jones, who's got Higgins in early. Full straight, bumps back, and that hits in a hamstring from Higgins, throwing back. End of the over, 21 done, 46 for 1. Glorious from Gate. Crunched away, just given a little bit too much in the length there, Bamba. Gate capitalises. Half volley, put away. But the pressure they're under at the moment, full credit. Nice way to bring up the 50 for Northamptonshire. 50 for 1 in the 22nd. Having won the toss. Ooh, seems to slip out down the side of the hand from Bamba, that one, and goes away with it as well. Could be wrong, but just felt as though that one really came out the side of Bamba's hand. Maybe was just trying to drag the hand down one side of it. That's that match at Canterbury. Kent had won the toss and decided to bat first there against Warwickshire. 42 for 4. Angled in a couple there now, Bamba. Saw that one that he dragged the hand down the side, or appeared to, that slipped out earlier in the over. Let's see what he's got for the last ball. Good from Gay again, solidly forward and across and in behind it, setting up nicely here. He's on 18, Broad will have the strike on 8. 22 done, Northamptonshire 50 for 1. So rain delay at Old Trafford. Let's hope that's not the case in, 8 days' time now. England need the weather to play its part. Lancashire against Essex. Essex 12 for 1. Brown gone. De Grandhomme with the catch. Bailey the wicket. Brown gone for a duck. Oh, my apologies. So Blackpool, Stanley Park, Blackpool. I suppose a week ahead of the test. Maybe they're not allowed at Old Trafford the week before. So Blackpool it is. Essex winning the toss, deciding to bat and a wicket down. Lancashire picked up that victory against Surrey in the last game, which will give Essex hope. And Hampshire, Somerset a 50 for 4 now at Taunton against Hampshire. And Surrey themselves 60 for 1. Burns has gone. LBW to Hutton for a second ball duck. Sibley 33, Latham 21. Nottinghamshire winning the toss at the Oval. Great start. No ball though. 52 for 1. But he'll be happy to see that little bit of movement. So straight away, first ball of the over, which he'll have to redo now with the no ball. But immediately into Broad's minds, that shape away from Higgins. Sort of 3 slips in place. Right across and behind that one. Well played by Broads. Division 2, Gloucestershire 66 for 1 at Durham. Delay Glamorgan against Leicestershire in Wales. Sussex 109 without loss against Derbyshire. Clark and Haynes opening. Now, was there 2 noises? I think there was. I do not think you will see a leg bye signal for this by the umpire. No signal. Inside edge saves Broads. Thought that the ball before. He did it very well, getting a long way across to defend. Well, Higgins was clearly going to challenge the inside edge the next ball. Inside edge saves him. Right on the spot once again to Emilio Gay. So Sussex 113 without loss now. Clark has 39 from 57 deliveries. Haynes, well, I saw him at one point, he was 64 from 68, 64 from 72 now, but 113 without loss. Lackmal, Connors, Dahl and Thompson taking a bit of a thwack from the Sussex opening pair, who were put in at Hove. Last game, Yorkshire 94 without loss against Worcestershire at New Road. Lythe has 41 from 55. Bean 49 from 58. Leach, Gibbon, Waite and Finch, the Worcestershire attack, taking that tap indeed. Waite 4.3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 7, but Finch 3 overs, none for 35. That just hooped a little through the air. I haven't really noticed much through the air today, but that one, there you go, look at it, just went. There you go. Gay making the hand movement. You never quite know whether the hand movement means seam movement or swing. That was certainly swing, as we clearly saw on the replay. That'll interest Higgins. .23 done, 53 for 1, Northamptonshire. Blimey, we've had 90 minutes already. It's only 30 minutes to lunch. Feels like it's flown by this morning. So back to Roland Jones, who's on from the Benham end, replacing Bamber. Had a decent little spell, Ethan Bamber, but over to the skipper to see if he can make a breakthrough or two before lunch. Played that well, Broads. Again, Roland Jones, I don't think he will mind too much seeing the right-hander playing outside of his off stump there. Nice pace and bounce again. First look down the slope for Roland Jones. None for 15 from his first 5 up the hill from the lake end. This is favoured end. He gave it to Helm to begin with. He's a mate at mid-on in the foreground there. Places Bamba in the background. Solidly in behind that on the back foot again. Emilio Gay. Happy with the run rate this morning. Middlesex, I guess that's probably where the hour and a half was lost on me. You look at the runs, 54 on the board. I think, just decent first hour and a bit, but 27 minutes to lunch. Solid once more from Gay. Any temptations come around the wickets here. Last ball of the over. Roland Jones loves running down that hill at Lords, doesn't he, from the pavilion end. The slope angles across the left-hander. Don't go around the wicket when you can do that. Lovely ball to end the over. Doesn't take the edge. Smiles from the Middlesex captain. Squares him up. Look at that back leg come around. 54 for 1. Bamba is on at the lake end, replacing Higgins, who had a good spell and made the breakthrough. Cracking stop in the covers there. Mark Stoneman able to get in behind that one. Higgins, who was 1 for 14 from 7 overs, 2 maidens. Picked up Vasconcelos, caught Simpson, bowled Higgins for 24 from 40 deliveries. Gay still there. 30 for 1 was the breakthrough. Oh, that's run along the ground again. He lets that ball come onto him, Broad. A young man on first class debut. That's been really impressive, really noticeable. Perhaps feel they can line him up a little bit here, as Higgins very nearly did in the last over for the LBW as well. Mid wicket in place. It's a 6-3 field. Keeps it outside the off stump for now. Ethan Bamba. See that advance again from Broad. It does feel as though there's a little bit of a gap there in between the inside edge and the pad sometimes for Broad. There wasn't a gap crucially when Higgins targeted the stumps and went for the LBW. The inside edge saved him. But very impressive how Lady plays it though. Angled that one out a little bit more, didn't start as straight. Brings the left-hander Gay back onto strike. Economy only just beaten by Higgins. 1 for 14 from 7, economy of 2. Bamba 2.08. Will come down after that last up ball as well. And again, 9 conceded off his 5 overs now, so he's the most economical of the Middlesex attack, and that's what's so impressive about Bamba. Burst onto the seam at Northamptonshire many years ago. Trying to think what the match was for Roland Jones when he first burst onto the scene. Certainly a couple of Surrey fixtures, one at Lord's springs to mind. The Oval as well. Helm in the foregrounds, Worcestershire, 5 for early in his Red Bull career. That's a line there that I think angle, length against Broad they'll be interested in. It does play it late, but it means, or it certainly feels as though you get a long way forwards. You're able to blast the pads off him. But then equally, he offers that to you as well. So it's just where he plays outside of the off stump. He does like to feel bat on ball clearly outside that off stump Broad, and he gets a long way across. So if it's within the line of his eye, he's got to make sure he gets bat on it or he'll be gone. But equally, it seems as though he's happy to engage. Has been on a number of occasions. Haven't seen him drive one yet. We go that little bit fuller outside off. Angle back in once more towards the hip. Rides it nicely, rides the bounce. Short pulls, cry of catch, but it's powerfully put away through the onside. Lovely shot from Broads. Just mentioning how he liked to play outside off. That one angling back into him, much as the last towards his hip this occasion. We've seen one that he's ridden into the onside. This one he's powered it through mid wickets. Interesting just to push one full on that off stump now. That's well bowled. Yeah, an easy game from here, but if you can put it on that spot and leave it there, Broad in particular feels as though he will hang that bat and offer something of an option to the bowler. Up on his toes. Thinking of a single. No is the answer. Holden fields. Stoneman backs up. An extra bounce on those last two for Roland Jones. Just an extra bit of effort maybe from the old skipper. Not happy with the 4 pulled away. The youngster. 26 done. Just under 20 minutes to lunch at Merchant Taylor School. Northamptonshire 59 for 1. Leg side first up in the single for Gay. Give Bamber a chance to have a look at Broad again. Gay's really settled well here. Tough start against Helm and Roland Jones. Bamber and Higgins, not a bad pair to replace them. They bowled extremely well with a good economy, still challenging that off stump. One that comes back into him again, where he's a fair way across. Little inside edge again from Broad. Nice from Bamber again. They're certainly asking all the right questions. I think, you know, as you approach lunch, just over 15 minutes away, have Middlesex bowled straight enough? Have they bowled full enough? Yes, I think they have, is the answer to it all. They've gone past the edge a lot. Of course, they'll look at a fixture. Look at the whip on that. Try a catch. Just a single down to long leg, but I think Gay was fancying a boundary there. Get him into the 20s. Reaches 20 though with the single from 71 deliveries. And again, talk about Middlesex. Could they have bowled a faction fuller or straighter? No, I think they've done a pretty good job this morning. Certainly if it was a duke ball, perhaps they'd be saying to themselves we'd have a couple of wickets by now. But from the Northamptonshire perspective, they've done virtually everything right. The wicket was really well worked out by Higgins. That's the one thing that Broad has offered though. Just seems to play a little bit too far away. Does he need to be defending at a ball like that outside the off stump? Does he need to be fishing for that? And I'm sure Middlesex will take that in with them at lunch if they haven't claimed him before, but they've done an exceptional job. Broad and Gate settling things down after the loss of Vasconcelos quite quickly. End of the 27th. 15 minutes to lunch exactly now. 62 for 1. Block hole delivery first up from Roland Jones. Sharp from Roland Jones. Ended the last over against Broad with a couple of quicker deliveries. Felt as though he really bent his back, banging that ball in short. Seen plenty of that this summer, haven't we? In the Test arena, banging the ball in short. Bodyline series nearly. Again, another sharp bouncer from the skipper. Kent's are 5 down now against Warwickshire, 72 for 5, having won the toss at Canterbury. Mieye still there on 37, but Hannon Dalby's picked up Cox, caught Davies for 15. Right to the bounce slicey on that one. End of the 28th, 66 for 1. No deep thirds. Gale just starts to feel now, approaching lunch as though he's got himself into a position. He'll have to start all over again though at lunch. Now, there's a good example. Mentioned just going a little bit fuller to Broad outside off and see what he does. Not a great deal of foot movement there. That's where it feels like. The back foot on a few occasions where he's wafted, plays away from the body a lot. Straighter with the fuller ball on this occasion. Push down to mid-on. I think as a bowler at the moment, young man Broad's first class debut. Always feeling the game against anybody making his debut early in his career, but particular area at the moment on that off stump. Fielder inside or outside edge, so got a chance of getting him. Oh, it's gorgeous. He's gone a long way there again, Broad. Let's have a look at where this ball pitches. Might have just left him slightly off the surface, that one, but have we seen anything that's going to seam back in to take the off stump from there this morning? Block hole delivery, intentional or not. Gets Broad off the strike. He moves to 17. Oh, goodness me. Well, leg slip has crept in. There's a lot in play on that delivery. You can just see the top of leg stump after he stepped across. There's enough down that leg side, but everything in play there. Nick it through to the keeper. The slip's in place. That far from bowling him. End of the 29th, 67 for 1. Over 8's been good from the Middlesex quartet this morning. We'll get a couple more in before lunch. If they're quick, might even get 3 in. Full 32 in the session. Unheard of. This will be Roland Jones's last before lunch, you'd imagine. It probably is a little greedy to think there'll be one more from him before the interval. What would the Middlesex skipper have done? Would he have batted first? Would he have gone for the bowler? Fancy he was batting first on this one. The theory being you don't really want to bat last. Now that's something he has done well, Broads. When they have found his edge, it's usually been with soft hands and an angle bat. And he gets 4 down to deep third. Into the 20s for Broad now as well. This partnership ticks along. 41 the partnership worth, so well done Broad. He's got a run ahead of Gay in that at least from when they came together. Vasconcelos out for 24 from 40 deliveries. Caught Simpson, bowled Higgins. End of the over. 71 for 1. Just over 3 minutes to lunch. Who's going to be to bowl the final over from... Well, there's the answer from the Lake End. Josh de Carey's to bowl from the Lake End. Just hit 3 minutes to now. I don't think he'll get through quick enough to get Roland Jones another one, but in the final over he's got the left-hander on strike gate. Bamber none for 14 from 7, 1 maiden, matching the economy of Higgins. 1 for 14 from 7 with 2 maidens. Roland Jones none for 28 from 9. Helm none for 15 from 7. He'll be pleased with that, Helm. Good economy, and he made them play a great deal this morning. So overall run rate of the morning session 2.37, there or thereabouts. Certainly wouldn't have wanted it to be any more, Middlesex, but they'll be happy enough. Now to Carey's 7 for at the Aegeus in the last round of championship matches for Middlesex. Slip and a short leg in place. And right on the spot straight away. He plays him off the back foot. Oh, now he plays him off the back foot again and he's gone. Well, I was just about to say we saw him backing up to the quicks this morning, the big man. He's backed up to the spinner, and de Carey's 7 down at Hampshire. And now a wicket in his first over just before lunch. And well, that will be lunch. Gay will go off on 24. Northamptonshire will go off on 71 for 2. And Josh de Carey's will go off with that very big smile that he always has on his face. Look at that, backs right up. Did hit the ball before and got away with it. Not this time. Gay's gone, de Carey's has the wicket. And look at that smile. Delight for the off spinner. 8 wickets for the season now. Absolutely stone dead. And there's the run of celebration as well. And Stoneman, a little point for Stoneman. I wonder did the left-hander note that. But Gay, big man, doesn't particularly get a long way forward as we saw to the seamers. If he did that, as he does here, look at that, right back to the off spinner. Pays the price. Big wicket to take off at lunch, to take Gay away with them. So the youngster's still there, but Middlesex be pretty relieved to take 2 off. They'll feel they bowled well there. May just give them a chance. 71 on the boards. Stick a couple more on after lunch. I think they'll say to themselves, look, the youngster's batted well here. He's played with an angled bat, he's played with soft hands, but he has pushed a lot outside the off stump. Gets a long way across as well. Let's play into that after the interval. Set to be Sam Whiteman who'll come out alongside him, Proctor, and then Keogh, who's topping the run scoring charts for Northamptonshire. But they've got a second wicket just before lunch. His second ball, Josh de Carey. So we'll be back in just under 40 minutes. There you go. Place resume at 1:39. We'll be back just before that with the live stream. But lunch here. Northamptonshire winning the toss and electing to bat 71 for 2.
hammer than you, don't they?
Yeah, I actually prefer them to a Duke.
I'll ask you that, T.
Yeah. After 10 overs you might not, but
No,
yeah.
but that's purely on feel, like.
Whoa!
Oh, sorry. Two more. Sorry, Justin. Thank you.
More of the same from you. Pick up a couple. 4 wickets this session.
It's about to do as well.
6 at tea. 150 for 6. 150 for 6 at tea. 220 all out.
Two quick wickets away from 150 all out.
I think Al was quite happy with it. Sorry.
But we weren't too far off. We weren't far away. Someone told me the balls were too good actually.
Hit me on the top. What?
It's also that uphill behind hill.
I didn't hit.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Merchant Taylor School. Umpires on their way, and we're about to complete the 31st over of the innings. Josh DeCary's picking up a wicket just before lunch. Big wicket for Middlesex as well. Emilio Gay gone for 24, LBW backing up to the off spinner. Broad still there on 21. Youngsters started well. Middlesex bowled well this morning. They'll be disappointed to have not picked up more than just the 2 wickets they did. It'll be something of a relief to have picked up Gay just on the verge of lunch. They'll be looking to come back pretty hard and get a Northamptonshire batting line up now immediately after the interval. You're listening to the live stream from Middlesex, or indeed watching the live stream from Middlesex. Myself, Kevin Hand, good to have you with us wherever you're tuned in around the world. Keep an eye on the scores elsewhere as well. So Weitzman is out to join young Broad, who started well. But Middlesex will feel if they persevere on the top of that off stump. You see the cloud cover's just come over. Distinct change in light straight away. The sun's still on the far side, as you can see in the distance there. It looks as though it's going to be Josh DeCares to finish off the over. I thought Tom Helm had just been announced from the Lake End, but I think he was just announcing that DeCares was finishing his over. Helm is warming up frantically behind DeCares there, just out of shot at mid-off. You'd imagine he'll be charging down the hill from the Benham end in just a moment, but here's DeCares with a slip and a short leg. Oh, very nearly another wicket. Sam Robson at short leg. trying to get his hands underneath that one. Fizzed towards him off the inside edge. Goodness me. That would have been something for the spinner. Little paddle sweep to get off the mark for Whiteman. Take a couple here. Think about the third, but they'll settle on two. De Caires will look forward to another couple of deliveries against the left-hander. A little bit fuller on that occasion. I thought of the sweep on that one. Oh, backs up again. Well, much as Emilio Gay just before lunch, so Whiteman backs right up onto the stumps. Missing the top of leg. Either sliding down or going over the top, either way, enough area of doubt. One thing's for sure, they would have reviewed it. End of the over, 73 for 2, so De Caires with a wicket. Perhaps it's only over for now. Do they give him another one against Whiteman, especially after that last ball backing up? 73 for 2, and it's Helm from the Benham end. Bowled beautifully this morning, Helm. Deserved a wicket or three. Can he find one after lunch? Couple of slips in place for Helm. Deep third, point cover and a mid-off. Mid-on. Oh, Helm with a little stretch there, heading back to the top of his mark. Hopefully that's nothing to concern him or anyone else. Just loosening up after lunch, hopefully. A mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg complete the field. That fuller length on the off stump I think would be interesting. I'm not sure they've really persevered away to Broad on that length. Wraps on the pads, but drifting down. End of the over. Quiet one first up for Helm after lunch, 74 for 2. So the carries continues. A great surprise when picked up the wicket before lunch. Can you get that Whiteman? Top ball again. Wow. Well, that's why De Caires is still on. 75 for 2, but look at this. Oh, goodness me. Where did that shot come from? Feels pretty orthodox at the moment. Long chat with Roland Jones. They are going to make a slight change, which is deep third's going to come finer. 3 slips tightly tucked in. Straight onto the hip of Broad. So the one thing that I haven't seen or noted for myself, could be wrong, but challenging that front foot of Broad just outside of the off stump, putting something a little bit fuller out there, see what he does. Little too full that, but put away by Broad and nicely done. Almost block hole from Helm, but I think that's the right idea though. Just go a little bit fuller on that off stump. See how those feet are moving. It does seem as though there isn't a great deal of foot movement, but he likes to engage outside the off stump. Back onto the hip. And down to the boundary it goes. Broads onto 30. Just a gentle little tickle. Lifts him from Helm, and there you go. That's the length. And for me, the line against Broad as well. See if it straightened on him at all, whether it did start wide anyway. Bounce as much as anything, and pace from Helm. We've seen it on more than one occasion. Broad likes to have a little fish at it outside the off stump. There's a fuller one, nicely done. Put one on the hip, was put away. Down to fine leg, good ball that follows. That's straight enough that you'd imagine Broad would just watchfully stroke back, but just a little bit wider. Really go after something that's not there. Something to tempt him, just outside off stump. Good from Helm again. Well played by Broads. Angle bat, soft hands, again letting the ball come onto him. He's playing it well, the young man. It's impressive on first class debut this. It's a strong bowling attack from Middlesex. It's not at the absolute peak of their power at the moment, Broads. Though he's in his first game, so this is a real working over for him. Ethan Bamber developing nicely. Roland Jones obviously just past his peak. Helm should be at his peak right now. Similarly, Higgins. Single for White, played off the back foot once more, and again I don't think De Carries will be too disappointed with that at all. The longer that he keeps going back to De Carries like that, the longer Roland Jones will keep him on, I'd imagine. Now he's going to stay around the wicket here to Broad. Memory serves, this is how he picked up James Vince at the Aegeus, around the wicket. Angles that one across, first up. Comfortable single. It's Bamber. He'll have been pleased with his economy this morning. He and Higgins going at twos. Exactly twos. From their 7 overs each. This is what Middlesex want to see at the moment. To carry Sir Whiteman. Radlett boy from just a little around to the M25 from here. Probably don't even need to go on actually. I have done that drive myself. There is a road that runs between the two. A little bit of width on that one, given the treatment. Peter Milan's giving an almighty chase, not giving up on it. Just starting wide enough. Saw that extraordinary attempt at a pull off a fuller length delivery outside off. The previous to carries over, but that one was there. To be hit and hit properly like that. 89 for 2, 35 gone. Middlesex, they'll know full well at lunch. A couple of quick wickets on the board after the interval. 100 for 4, and this innings is very much alive. Northamptonshire winning the toss. Hope to boss the game from the off, and hope that spin plays its part at the end, not just at the start as it is for De Carey's. He's gone. It was just a matter of whether there was bat for me. We said that Broad doesn't get a long way forward. Does seem to play around that front pad a little as well. Deep within the crease. The fuller delivery was always going to be an interesting one. Onto the stumps. Broad's an impressive 31. But Helm's got him plumb. Absolutely plumb. Hasn't really come forward at all to it on that occasion. He's played nicely off the back foot. There's one thing that it did seem noteworthy this morning, that they didn't really test the front foot a great deal to Broad. Well, push back for sure in the previous over. Got 4 off the hip down to fine leg. He's deep within his crease as well, and not a long way forward. Not forward at all. So there's the wicket they wanted straight away after lunch. Well, any wicket straight away after lunch, but virtually 2 new batters at the crease now. Whiteman coming out at lunch. So now Proctor comes out. The skipper, Keogh to follow. This is the passage now where with Keogh next, the top average with the bat for Northamptonshire. They can turn 1 into 2 quickly here and try and get some pressure onto Keogh early in his innings. It went well at Wantage Road against Middlesex. Second round of the season. Field set for Proctor. Taking their time, Middlesex, rightly so, build a bit of pressure. 3 slips, deep thirds moves finer. Point, mid off, mid on, square leg and long leg. Nice pace and bounce from Helm, angled across. Proctor. Averaging just over 25 this summer, Proctor. His 5th match, 9 innings. 52, his top score, the one time he's reached 50 in those 9 innings. 178 runs. It's left alone, could pace and bounce again, angled across. Single to get Proctor off the mark. Wicket with the first ball. Here's the last. Nicely bowled. Wide on the crease. Angled in. Well played by Whiteman. Eases it away into the offside. No run. 36 bowls. 90 for 3. Northampton having won the toss. So the wicket going in the over. Broads. LBW to helm. Did look as though LBW could be a big possibility for the youngster. Impressive innings nonetheless, but the skipper out there now, Proctor, and a job to do, because another one, certainly another 2 on the board now. Middlesex are feel right in the game. I'd like to say, Angus Fraser, I mean, this is outstanding. Straight from the dentist chair to sit alongside me. Actually, which is worse, Gus?
Whoa. It's way too loud.
But what's happened? What have you done, Ken?
Am I allowed to speak yet or not?
Apparently so. We'll try again, see if your mic's alright. Gus, good afternoon.
Hello there. That attempt to humour didn't go down very well with the system.
Oh, it's tickled fine. The backward square. Probably added to it, to be fair. Added to the effect.
It collapsed on the microphone.
Half your mouth isn't numb though, is what we need to know.
Oh, it's just a little bit at the back actually.
Is it wisdom tooth?
No, it's not wisdom teeth. My wisdom teeth have never come through actually, and there's a couple of little baby teeth that were still there, and eventually they started to cause me a bit of grief, so I just went into the dentist that we use in West Hampstead. Actually a former sponsor of Middlesex, Perfect Smile. They've done the job.
Do you still get the staff discount?
I think my wife on her company medical care gets dentistry fees paid.
Single more. So what have you missed? I saw you first thing this morning. Have you missed the morning session then?
Yeah, I just watched the first 2 overs and then went to West Hampstead and come back now, had a bit of lunch, trying to find somewhere that does soup rather than crusty bread or whatever it might be. So had a couple of yogurts. So what's happened? De Keers has got another wicket.
He has, yeah. Some strange shots by Whiteman in particular, but they backed right up. Emilio Gay just before lunch backed right up onto the stumps. Traps plumb LBW. Only his second ball to carries, and well, that one there was good judgment in the end from Proctor. But after lunch the same, Whiteman backed up again. Another appeal. End of the over, just the 2 off it. Tagari's having bowled 4 now, 1 for 11, 92 for 3. An almighty heave as well from Whiteman, and a ball just full of length outside of the off stump. And he looks to pull it over mid-wicket after lunch. Extraordinary shot. Attempted through to the gloves of Simpson. And yeah, De Keers carries on.
And how's the pitch played? From what I gather, it's been okay. I mean, we're using the Kookaburra balls here, aren't we? So there's going to be a difference from how it's played historically.
Probably not as much seam movement as perhaps first morning at Merchant Taylor's over the years of the Duke ball that you'd think about. Edged, just short, angle bat from Whiteman over the top of it. But good pace, good bounce. Helms bowled well, I think. I think Middlesex can probably feel a little unlucky not to walk off with 1 or 2 more at lunch. I don't think they bowled badly at all.
Well, you're sort of in an era where you're getting used to fast forward cricket, aren't you, really? And say 70 for 2 is normally quite a decent session's work on occasions, but you're always expecting more runs and more wickets. The way that a lot of games seem to go.
Yeah, I think Northamptonshire won down at lunch. They'd have been very happy with that morning. It was a slow morning. It was actually one of those mornings where you all of a sudden, 50 up, 53 for one. And look at the clock and it's 25 minutes to lunch. They grabbed a couple more runs just before the interval, but Middlesex crucially grabbed that second wicket. But I meant that they feel unlucky in the sense that I thought they bowled well this morning. I thought they did everything right.
Yeah, someone said maybe just bowled, if being critical, just a fraction short. Maybe not sort of playing the misses have been on the back foot rather than on the front foot. But there's then that trade-off, isn't there? You bowl a bit fully, you're probably going to concede a few more runs.
Well, the economy rate was pretty much 2.3 for the majority of the morning. It's climbed now to nearly 2.5. But yeah, that, for Broad, the last batters full, first class debut, I thought he played really, really well. But that was the one thing that it seemed apparent all morning. They haven't really challenged the front pad of him all morning. I say he was only there for an hour or so before lunch, but front foot wasn't challenged enough, and that's how he's gone. LBW to helm in the end. Deep square setback, but he keeps the line and length on that off stump. I mean, the big question with the Kookaburra is in that match down at the Aegeus. I'm sure you'll have spoken to everybody during the game and after the game to see what the thoughts were on the Kookaburra at 15 overs. Pretty much stops doing anything, goes soft and remains. The interesting thing was, so well, if it goes soft then, what's it like after 70 overs? And they said, well, after 70, 75 overs, it's still pretty much exactly what it was like after 20 overs. Single two in the over. Whiteman's on to 9. Northamptonshire 93 for 3. So yeah, I think, as you say, if you wanted to be overly critical of it this morning, could they have been a little bit fuller while that ball would perhaps offer a little bit more? But I think across that couple of hours, ball's 38 overs old now. I don't think it's as noticeable as it was down at the Aegeus, which was a much drier surface. Very different indeed to this one here at Merchant Taylor School.
Yeah, I think I can't remember we discussed this before, whether the Kookaburra balls being used here are the same as those in Australia. I didn't get the feeling they were. I might be wrong on this one, but having looked to them, obviously balls are stored in, well, not obviously, but the balls are stored in my office, mine, Alan Coleman's office, and at Lord's, and the sort of seam on the ball seemed to be more of a thread seam, right? It just sort of, I suppose, the Kookaburra ones, it seemed very nylon, even though it is a smaller seam than the English ones, or the Duke's ball, it did seem different to the Kookaburras that are bowled with in Australia, so there might be a little bit more in there, but they do go soft. I suppose that's one of the things that then teaches you as a bowler. You've got to hit the pitch hard, you can't just sort of wobble it up there.
Higgins back into the attack from the lake end.
Yeah, sort of bowling medium pace and expect something to happen. You've actually got to work hard to extract something out of these surfaces, which is probably one of the reasons why. Well, it's the total reason why English seamers, Australian bowlers tend to be quicker than England bowlers, because they've got to hit the pitch harder to get something out of them.
I'd certainly like the idea of Kookaburras in April, May, September. The amount of cricket we play in those months now, it seems to make an awful lot of sense. But equally saying that, the weather in this country, you almost kind of need a fast game with April and May cricket, although sometimes obviously you do get a lovely April, lovely May, and then all of a sudden a damp June. But certainly the feeling is that the Duke ball in April and May, I know you said that the averages don't quite bear that out though, the total scored across the summer. Higgins got a little bit of shape with this ball. There was one in particular just before lunch that really swung for him.
Well, I suppose if the ball is swinging, then Higgins is the one to, or you want to see where the ball's going to swing, Higgins will be the one to let loose.
Which I don't think there was much swing down at the Aegeus. Yeah, no, so those opening few overs, really it was over to Dawson and to Carey's. Gave that one the chance to swing, but it stays straight. He's down to long legs, starting on a very straight line. That was the line that it just went through the air, and all of a sudden it was darting across the left-hander. Very much bowling at the stumps, as he has been throughout, Higgins. Bowling at the stumps, yet he was only going at an economy of 2. Usually you bowl at the stumps and you know you're risking going at more runs, but he was the most economical of the Middlesex bowlers. Bamber came back and matched that economy by the end of the session. Another single there. Long leg comes up, indeed exactly that line and length there. It was one of his first balls of the morning, Higgins. Vasconcelos was so desperate to keep the bat face open. As straight a line as it was on his leg, he still had that bat face absolutely open and pushing back down the track to Higgins, just so wary to close the bat face at all. End of the over, 39 gone, 96 for 3, having won the toss, Northamptonshire. But yeah, going back to what we were saying in terms of fast forward cricket, it'll be interesting now for the afternoon, because Northamptonshire will feel as though they've set themselves up a little bit if this ball plays as it did in the first round, certainly down at the Aegeus. And I understand around the country it was a similar report from all of the games. 15, 20 overs, and then all of a sudden it's a very different ball that you're bowling with. Good for Josh de Carey's though down at the Aegeus. 7 wickets.
Yeah, 7 for. Quickly gone past his father's best figures.
He got a text along those lines that night, I think he said on the interview at the end of the day.
Well, his dad got the yips, didn't he? I think it was against India. Test against India. He bowled an over and he was bowling beamers and half trackers and everything. I think he strangled someone. Maybe did it Vengsark or something like that with a knee-high full toss, caught and bowled. But yeah, he struggled after that. Others. He was filthy leg.
Didn't he?
Yeah, he had back injuries, but I don't know whether that wasn't the reason why he couldn't pitch it. Well, I'm not having that. If that might be his excuse, but I'm not having that.
And obviously I was a lot younger then, but my understanding was that he just didn't really bowl that much because of his back.
His back was obviously an issue throughout his entire career, and again, for him to have played in as much discomfort as he did throughout his career shows how tougher so he was, or he still is. But I think it was a bit of both. I think the bat might have been a nice convenient reason not to, but I think he did sort of, whatever the technical term for the yips might be, but he sort of struggled to pitch it for a while.
Leg bye taken. Enjoy the test yesterday?
I did, yes. It's been compelling viewing, hasn't it? You're sort of afraid to leave it, or even when you leave it, you sort of find yourself catching up because it's just been sort of toing and froing. Well, it is, yeah, sort of Formula 1 cricket. Someone sort of, I think it was Jim Maxwell, and he sort of Formula 1 cricket. You do watch it. I mean, sorry, the end of the over there. 97 for 3 after 40 overs. I mean, it does say it's been compelling. It's been fantastic. It's been sort of so fascinating to watch. But you sometimes question the quality of what's going on out there. I mean, some of the strokes and bowl. I don't know. It's. I suppose if things are often perfect, or close to perfection, bowlers don't bowl a bad ball, batsmen don't make a mistake, and it can be a bit sort of boring. And I think it is because both sides are making mistakes, and I suppose letting each other in on occasions too. But I think that's one of the reasons why it's been as brilliant a viewing as it has been.
My feeling on the first two tests, as close as they were, in the end, Australia looked the better side on both occasions. So England actually did well to take it as close as they did in both tests. But then all of a sudden, the third test, I thought England had upped their game somewhat.
They had. I mean, England, a few little things have gone England way. They won each toss, haven't they? They seem to be bowling in. They've bowled quite a bit in the better conditions. So, but there's not a lot of between the two sides. I mean, I was asked before the Ashes started, and who do you think? Well, England can win the Ashes undoubtedly. I mean, they still could. The way the team plays and what seems to be happening, you'd be a fool to sort of write them off. But why Australia? Do you think? Well, why do you think Australia will come through on top? Because I think they are the better side. But that doesn't mean England can't come through and defeat them.
I guess the point was made that England are still quite a young batting lineup, aren't they? An experienced batting lineup, still at Test level. Australia, you have that middle order of Labuschagne and Smith, number 1 and 2 in the world batting. The fact that Labuschagne hasn't really come to the party yet's a big one.
No, he hasn't. And I mean, Smith's had 1 innings, hasn't he? And how many did he get at Lords? Oh, he got 100 in the first innings at Lords, didn't he? But he's not done a huge amount yet.
That's the fear.
Well, it is, but I mean, they both got out to pretty ordinary shots, didn't they, in the second innings at Headingley? I certainly think England's tactics have rattled Australia in the way that they're probably, I don't know, I wouldn't say the focus has been knocked completely sort of out of kilter, but they're getting dragged into playing the sort of little games of cricket, or a style of cricket that they wouldn't be playing anywhere else.
It all got ramped up at Lords as well when Bairstow wandered out of his crease. There was a wonderful moment in the test, actually. I can't remember who it was. It was a review that went against Australia, and as soon as the review went against Australia, the chant went round Headingley, same old Aussies. It was just a wonderful moment of theatre. It said everything about this series where it is at the moment. End of the over, 97 for 3.
Yeah, I didn't like it, but you've got to be so careful, haven't you? So Johnny Bairstow, then all of a sudden he's having a shot at Labuschagne stumps. There's highlights of him slightly sneakily getting someone out stumped in a county championship match, or I can't remember if it was a championship match or a limited over game. So.
Well, that was the
Everybody's got skeletons, haven't they?
That was the point the Aussies immediately threw back. They said Johnny does it all the time. Throws the ball underarm at the stumps as the keeper, so they had no qualms. But yeah,
we had Merv Hughes at and I'll try not to use the language, but we had Merv Hughes at the bar that I've got a small stake in Cheltenham St Peter, and it was on the Sunday evening. We had a sort of Q&A with him around, and someone sort of said, "What do you think of the run out or the stumping as it was?" And he said, "Well, out of his crease, dozy so and so. What's the issue in this? Oh, spirit of cricket. What's the spirit of cricket?" And again, the spirit of cricket. What does it? I mean, we're big on it here, but I don't think it sort of is something that they beat themselves up with around the rest of the world. And why should they? Cricket's an international game. It's the world's game. It's not England's game. So who are we to dictate what the spirit of cricket should be? It's just there's a feeling that in England we have the right to sort of tell people how they should be playing this game, and it's everybody's game. So if someone wants to play it in a certain way, someone wants to play in a certain way. But equally, Ethan Bamber coming down the slope here. Equally, the spirit of cricket does give you an outline, a guideline of maybe the environment the game should be played in, which is fair enough. But and the bloke then came back and said, "Well, you'd be pretty hacked off, Merv, if you'd been out like that." He said, "Look, mate, I've played the game for 30 odd years and never once was I out like that. Why? Because I wasn't a dozy so and so that walked out my crease without asking permission of the field inside." And the interrogator didn't have anywhere to go then, really, did he?
So you hosted Aussies at your bar. Please tell me you invited Jason Gillespie.
No, it's just what do you want? As a
mate of Dizzy's, I'll happily say he likes a drink.
Well, I'll get Dizzy down there next. We're sort of very keen.
He's gone back now.
Has he?
Yeah, he's gone back. Mind you, saying that, it was probably drinks on the house for Merv. Is that why you didn't invite Dizzy? Raps on the pads, but around the wicket and wide outside the off stump as he struck as well, playing a shot also. But other than that,
yeah, we've got Gat's up there soon, so we've got a couple of Ashes themed. How can you appeal for that?
I was thinking, so I was explaining my way through it at the end. I just thought, why am I even explaining this?
But I say, I mean, we're just going back to the Kookaburra ball and the, I suppose, the challenges it offers a bowler more than the batter as such. But it is challenging. You're going to have to work hard for your wickets. You're going to have to try and make something happen.
I enjoyed that game at the Ageas. There was a lot of criticism on day one.
The pitch was a bit iffy, wasn't it?
Well, it was a very, very dry surface. As soon as first morning, you go down and have a chat with the lads and say, what's it looking like? Dry. Very, very dry. And if the shoe was on the other foot, Middlesex would have done the same. If Middlesex had a home game and had the possibility to prepare a pitch to help them, right, it's a Kookaburra match. We've got a top spinner in Liam Dawson. They've got a couple of inexperienced spinners. There's a single there for Proctor, who's the score to 98 for 3. Where have we got a major advantage over Middlesex? It's a Kookaburra ball. Hampshire would have backed their attack. Middlesex have been abassed a couple of times, haven't they? And Abbott and Barker. Fuller barely had a bowl at all down in that game, and goodness knows he can do some damage as well. Was he Player of the Year last year, I think, down at Hampshire, Fuller? But yeah, I never heard a gripe really from anybody within the Middlesex dressing room about the pitch. It was something that they've got Dawson. It's a Kookaburra match, and they prepared a dry one. End the over, 98 for 3. But yeah, I have to say, the day one of that match, it was really slow going. Nick Gubbins, it was his slowest first-class century. Day one of that game, really dug in for the team. Max Holden asking for something from the dressing room, just signalling to, who is it, Helm? Looking for a sub maybe down at the far end, or a drink. But yeah, day one, I thought, I didn't have a problem with day one, the way that Hampshire went about, the way it played out. As you said, bowlers needed to really bend their back on it and get some rewards. Middlesex probably could have bowled a little bit better than they did. They dropped a key catch. Gubbins on 61 or so, I think, at the time. Dawson came out and powered things along. But I thought Hampshire played it perfectly, having won the toss, go slow on that first day, make the best of it. Best day for batting was day one. And the pitch certainly helped the spinners thereafter. Here we could just see there's still a little bit in this for Higgins. So we'll look at that one again, see if there was anything at all through the air at this stage for Higgins. Not really. Bang that one in hard, actually, Higgins. One thing that was mentioned down at the Aegeus was reverse swing, that they perhaps didn't see as much reverse swing as they expected. That's lovely. Really good from Higgins.
It is good, and it's been good by Bamber as well down there. I suppose one thing you've got to be on surfaces when it's not doing a great. It's just maybe just left him a little bit off the surface. You've got to maintain your discipline, haven't you? That's why it sounds a bit dull and boring, but you want to be brought up on good surfaces, because as bowlers you you learn to develop the discipline required to play at the highest level, and as a batter you can trust the bounce of the surface and play your shots accordingly. So you want to be playing on good pitches, even though at times it might sort of seem hard work.
99 for 3. So yeah, the surface, obviously Merchant Taylor School, there's been chat about the surface over the years. A little bit of grass left on this one overnights. Perhaps surprised one or two to see the colour, but there hasn't been any exaggerated seam for this Kookaburra. There's certainly a bit going on this morning for Helm in particular. Seems to extract the most movement out of the surface, or off the surface, but Higgins got a little bit through the air. Bamber, well, he's just done Bamber things. Keeps plugging away at the top of the off stump. Higgins' economy drops to 1.8, which is impressive. And interestingly, actually, the two better economies this morning, Bamber and Higgins, who naturally are slightly fuller length than Roland Jones and Helm. Bamber just conceding 15 off 8.1. Seen Luke Holman walk past the tent in front of us. He was a little unlucky, I thought, at the Aegeus. He had to wait a long while to get into the attack in the Hampshire innings. Didn't quite get as much. Josh Carey said that night after he was in very early. He said when it was hard, that ball was definitely turning, but when it went soft, it wasn't doing so much for him. Now we know how quickly it went soft, so by the time that Holman came on, There was a great deal, and indeed it was Holman who had Gubbins dropped on 61. Loses his place for the side in this one, and after the Careys picked up a 7-fer, and well, he was an opening batter. Josh De Careys, was it? Were you still in charge when De Careys got his debut? I can't remember. It was like the year after.
Yeah. I think it was down at Cheltenham, was it?
Oh, of course it was, yeah. And then he opened the following year, didn't he, against Durham? That's right, Athers came down to see him on day one, didn't he, down at Cheltenham, and Middlesex were in the field all day. The Test was playing somewhere the next day, so he was able to watch day one, then had to disappear off whether it was a Test or an ODI the next day.
I remember, well, I wasn't tempting fate, but I think at lunch, when he obviously played the opening game of the 2022 season, and it was about, how did he get 80, 70 or 80?
He did.
And I phoned others up to say, "Are you here?" because I thought he might well have. He said, "No, not a very good watcher. Nervous." So it's amazing how someone like Athers, who's played at the highest level for a long time, been hugely successful, had major sort of positions, holding major positions in the game now, and
he's as bad as you.
Yeah, watching your son. So I said, "Welcome to my world, mate." It's like that every day.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, even as a journalist, you sort of you're watching England play, or you're covering an England match, and you're not nervous over the result. Obviously you'd rather see England do well, but you're not sort of nervous about them having to win it. You just get nervous about the match situation and the 800 words you've got to write and what may change, and yeah, that's what you get nervous about, getting your work back to the office.
It's tucked nicely through the onsides. Take two. Barber and Higgins are not offering much, so everything that comes their way they need to take Northamptonshire at the moment. End of the over. It's 100 up as well. Proctor winning the toss. And electing to bat. Matches gloves with Whiteman now. 101 for 3.
Yeah, Jack Davis doing the field, and he's just left the field. Steve Eskenazi nipped off for one reason or another.
Davis played some good innings at the end of the blast, which fortunately for Middlesex had a turn towards the end, didn't it? 3 wins of the last 4, I think it was.
Yes, it was nice to see. I mean, it's sort of, it's always ifs and buts. It seems to be always ifs and buts with us and T20 cricket. But they could have won 3 or 4 games. But there's some. Well, people just say typical to all trying to put a positive spin, but there were some positive things to come out of it. Even though to win 3 out of 14 is not it's a poor record, but it's, I suppose, easy to identify what areas of weakness are and the areas that did well. I mean, I can't imagine that any side has conceded more runs than we did in a 14-match group stage part of the tournament, but I don't think we'll have ever scored more runs with the bat in the group stage of a tournament. So the fact that we did score so many runs, and hopefully that's something that batting lineup will continue to do. And you know that with the addition, hopefully, if finances low, etc., like that, which have obviously been the issue, they can strengthen the bowling, and you'd like to think that your overseas player is going to win you a couple of games, and we certainly saw that in a couple of games that we lost, how the overseas players made a major difference. And the fact that we hadn't got those top T20 overseas signings did mean that we were sort of, I wouldn't say fighting with one arm behind your back, but certainly sort of at a disadvantage to other sides when they rock up with 2 quite seasoned T20 overseas pros.
Has he got him? He has. Taken it slip. Beautiful ball from Higgins. Whiteman departs. Eskenazi holds on.
Well, it looks like he might have hurt his hand, Eskenazi, the way that he's going off, which is a bit of a concern. But, well, I mean, again, this has been high-quality bowling by Middlesex, and it's what you want to see. Eskenazi just running in front of us there. Looks like there's some blood around, so I don't know whether he's taken the nail off. But he's persevered. He's forced a slide error, and you've got your slips there. Making the most of the chance that's come along. So excellent cricket by Middlesex. Thoroughly deserved that with the way that they've bowled. Has it done anything? Not really. Again, just the batsman slightly come inside the line, found the edge, and good cricket.
It goes back to what you say about just the simplicity, the basics. The economy rate of Higgins and Bambo is something we just touched on an over or so ago. They have not left the top of the off stump. And eventually the batter makes an error, perhaps.
And again, I suppose it's like the message that was sent to you when I was young, and it was, I always remember going to one of the Lord's Taverners coaching courses at the indoor school at Lord's, and working with an old bowler there called Harold Rhodes. I think you had who was a sort of played for Derbyshire, and he was the coach at the end. And you bowl 6 balls on a length, and you come back or bowl 1 ball there, do it again 6 times in a row, and then right, I've done an over. He said, right, do it again, and it was just repetition, and it was I say it's a far simpler outlook on life, but on your bowling. And all right, you didn't have the limited over games now that mean you've got to sort of adjust your skills, but sometimes when you're trying to do too much, you think you've got to do too much, you overcomplicate things and leave yourself open to error, because you're never going to be able to perfect every ball. But bowling, banging away, hitting a good length hard, waiting for the batsman to make a slight error, waiting for them to get frustrated again. I don't know what's going through Whitehead. Is it Whiteman? Whiteman's mind there, but maybe he's just thought, well, I've been tied down here, I'll try and work this to leg a bit, so I've come across the ball slightly, and boom, little error, and you've made the most of it.
Keogh's a big wicket in this match, in this innings. 8th match of the season, 13 innings, average of just over 39, 1 century in 3 50s. Only he and Whiteman have hit centuries, and he's the man who replaces Whiteman in the middle, averaging 33. Proctor averaging 25 and a half. 150. But yeah, I had an old Jamaican coach. Oh, no ball. It's well bowled though, it's right on the spot. Nicely played by Keogh to get off the mark with a single as well. 104 for 4 with the no ball. But yeah, it was quite simple from him. Handkerchief, there it is, just keep hitting it. Same coach that brought through Danny Law and Ebony Rain for Brent. Good man, Colin Marriott. $104 for 4.
Successful over there for Ryan Higgins, 2 for 21 off 11, so good work from him. Some nice applause as he walks down to the fine leg position.
She brought through, thinking about it as well, Chris Thompson, who was at Surrey for a little while. He went on, had a stint with the Unicorns. Cracking cover drive. I remember him coming through as like a 5 or 6 year old and driving me through the covers. Extraordinary young player he was. Quite kick on for Surrey though.
Yeah, you were saying about Keogh, good player, played well against us on a few occasions. Proctor's been a pain in the neck, I'll say, as well on occasions. Horrible sort of crap-like stance, but he makes a nuisance of himself, doesn't he?
31 now, Keogh. Dunstable born. Catch, played away from the body a bit there, Keogh. Davis at backward point. That's how we got onto the T20 actually, was Davis, wasn't it? I did enjoy a couple of his innings, I thought. That was a knock at the Surrey, of course. He hit that 6, lapped it to the Mickey Stewart Pavilion. Really like the way he uses the crease as a T20 batter. Just gets himself into position, keeps that head still, which a lot of players make the mistake. They're around the crease, aren't they, and the head's going as well.
Where was he caught on the boundary edge at Lords, wasn't he? Long on, long off in a game that we looked like winning and ended up just short. So again, if you can hit the ball down as well as behind you with that sort of dexterity, then you've suddenly got areas of the ground where it's not impossible to protect, but you don't become limited in a way that a bowler can bowl at you.
End of the over, 104 for 4. Yeah, the point was made to me that there were 3 or 4 Middlesex, well 2 or 3 let's say, Middlesex really should have won. Then they did win 3 of their last 4, and if they'd have had Maharaj, which was the plan, maybe they'd won a couple more on top of that, and all of a sudden group stage wasn't so bad. The key thing was the losing streak. It was to end that, and once that was over, the 3 wins from 4 was just a nice way to end it, because the losing streak was becoming more than unfortunate, wasn't it? But especially how close they were getting in a couple of games. It didn't quite feel warranted to lose 10 on the bounce.
It's a pretty cruel and ruthless game though, isn't it, T20? You sort of get on a bit of a losing streak and it's difficult to get away from it. You just feel injustices at times, little things don't go your way. Again, moments of very good cricket from the opposition. I sort of look at 3 of the games that we lost narrowly. And yes, there was some error maybe on our end, in the way that we went about the chase, but equally I just remember there were a couple of brilliant bits of fielding at Radlett where someone saved 6, didn't they, or we only got 2 instead of 6 when they dived beyond the boundary and managed to sort of throw it back in mid-air. And again there was a stop just in front of us here, I think by Hammond, in the game against Gloucestershire that we messed up.
Actually, for this man here, it was probably the most disappointing one, wasn't it? 12 from 12 to win that game against Gloucestershire. Higgins and Simpson in the final over, quite get it over the line.
But again, I mean, you look at games, and I did watching the T20 quarterfinals earlier this week, and there was the Essex or Birmingham Bears versus Essex game, and it was a fantastic game of T20 cricket, that, and obviously Essex had won it, and then won it largely on the fact of Lawrence playing so well, and then he could have lost him. I mean, if they'd lost that, Essex should have had to blame him for it, even though he was the one that got 65 or the bulk of the runs. But to get out as he did at that moment of the game was absolutely reckless, really.
Good bounce there for Higgins. Second time today that we've seen Higgins be the one that gets the extra bounce. Unwrapped on the gloves earlier, but Broad. The Lake End is up the hill here at Northwood. End of the over, 104 for 4. This is the passage now, really, isn't it, with the Kookaburra ball, 50 overs to 80. As we said, at 20 overs or so, it does go a little bit softer, well, a lot softer, quite quickly, was the report from the match at the Aegeus in particular. Would expect it to be the same here, but bowlers are all into their third spells now as well. So, albeit that ball may have gone soft in their second spells, but now into their third spells with the soft ball. This is the point where Keogh and Proctor will look to build this partnership. Got to get in first, just 1 from 8 from Keogh, so he needs 20 minutes or so out there before he'll feel in. Big appeal. Is it doing too much? May have been height a problem as well on that one. It just looked as though it did kick up a little. Stumps kicked down, are they? Making sure that Keogh's within his ground as well.
Well, that looked a brilliant delivery, just the way the position the batsman got into there, looking to work it to the leg side. It must have straightened on him. It's pretty close, that, isn't it? I mean, it did hit him above the pad, but his back leg was bent.
Well, Sam, we saw it in the Test match with Steve Smith. Was it Lords or Edgbaston when they reviewed, and it not only hit above the pad, it hit above the... Sorry, not only hit above the knee roll, it hit above the pad. Oh, it's close. No. Maybe the one before was more out than that one, but just wondered whether the umpire would bow to it. No, too high on that occasion, surely.
Good bowling though, keep going. Get your reward sooner or later.
That one was higher, wasn't it? Yes.
Looked like it.
Bowler is just adjusted.
Well, yeah, but again, it was sort of crouched down when it hit him. I think that would have gone over the stumps, yeah.
Oh, little tapple.
Beautiful bowling this by Ethan Bamber here. Again, testing out for defensive of Keogh.
He's one of the bowlers I really enjoy watching, Ethan Bamber. You always know, I mean, you see it again in his economy and his return this year. He had one quieter year since he broke through at Northamptonshire, wasn't it? He made his debut. One quiet year. I thought he was so hard on himself midway through that season, and by the end of the season he was out of the side. Indeed, was it last year? It was last year was the quieter year, wasn't it? And he didn't play first game of the season, but hasn't looked back since coming back into the side at Wanty Trove. But he just relentlessly bounds in, hits a good length. Again, born out of his economy here. 17 conceded in 10.4. Very close in this over. At least once, it's convincing the umpire to put his finger up. 13 for Keogh. I said it'll take 20 minutes or so, won't it, before he'll start to feel in here.
Well bowled Ethan Bamber, excellent over, another maiden. So Middlesex certainly dried up these runs. I think when I joined it, the run rate was sort of almost 2.5 and over, wasn't it? 2.46, 2.47, so down to 2.17, which shows the discipline Middlesex are showing here.
And again, you'd say that Higgins and Bamber are bowling the slightly fuller length than Roland Jones and Helm, but then you bring trajectory into it, I suppose, when they go fuller.
You do, but I say 104 for 4. This is a scoreline that you'd be happy with in any situation, but suddenly 48 overs, it shows that Middlesex have maintained their disciplines for long periods of time, and on a surface like this with the ball that we've been discussing, it's what you've got to do, and suddenly start bowling in the manner that maybe England do in the test matches with huge great big leg side fields. You won't see, well, so I can't imagine in the near future seeing Toby Roland Jones set in those types of fields, but Northampton at this moment in time going nowhere.
Good bounce on that one again. He's ridden that bounce well, Proctor. Pick up a single. Davis is the fielder. On for Stephen Eskenazi, Jack Davies.
I hope Eskenazi's finger's okay. He's injured his finger a couple of times catching, hasn't he, in the slips. Was it last year was it early this year or last year? I'm trying to think now. I think it was probably last year. Did he break his thumb?
Yes.
Holding on to a sharp catch, I think, of Tom Helm, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was right at the start of the season, wasn't it? Yeah, you're right. And Helm had that really good spell at the start of the campaign. Leg side on this occasion. But yeah, going back to that Steve Smith one in the test match. I mean, before DRS, we have a look at this one again. Missing the top of leg, but DRS might tell you something different. The Smith one, I mean, again, you go back to years gone by. If it's hitting the top of the knee roll, it's not out. Used to be the thinking. Smith's one was only just clipping. That one's got through. I'll pick up 2 as Helm goes around for a mid-on. Milan picking himself up. Dusting off his left elbow at the moment. Might have just grazed it slightly there as he went down trying to stop that one. But yeah, the Smith one, it barely clipped the top of the pad, let alone the top of the knee roll. Upstairs they went, and yep, clipping the top of the bails, you're out. It's really well bowled again to end the over from Higgins. Just the 3 off it. Arguably should have only been 1. Ball that escaped away through mid-wicket past Milan. 107 for 4 after 49, and yeah, look at that card. Everybody's got to start. That'll frustrate Northamptonshire. 24 Vasconcelos. Good ball by Higgins. Persistent line and length, taking the outside edge of the forward defence. Gay rocking back deep into the crease against Carey's. The last over before lunch, and then Broad immediately after the interval. LBW a fuller ball from Helm. Gone for 31. Whiteman called Eskenazi off Higgins for 11, but yeah, there's a lot of starts there.
And good news for Middlesex, Eskenazi is back out on the field, so in at first slip. Jack Davies has departed.
Looking back on the match at Wantage Road earlier in the season, Proctor was caught Eskenazi off the bowling of Bamba for 39 in the first innings. About 16 in the second, that 7-wicket win. Clipped that from a very straight line, Proctor, and it was, well, as he's clipped that to mid-wicket from a straight line, the bat face very much was twisting in his hand there, the inside of the bat. Struck by Bamba, who gets the pass on the back from Roland Jones. Ice cream's on the go in the background already. Yeah, go on.
Kent v Warwickshire. Kent bowled out for 171. 40 odd overs.
Trounced Northamptonshire last up as well, didn't they, Kent?
They had a collapse there. He got 38 opening the batting. Oh, he's dived over another one. Sydney Harbour bridged it.
Stoneman on this occasion, yeah. It is difficult to tell the difference between those two in the field.
They do look similar, don't they? I agree. Stewart got 50, Quinn got 25, so...
.50 from 45, five sixes for Stewart.
95 for 8, they were at one stage. So the last 2 wickets put on to 75 runs, so... air of respectability. Warwickshire 2 without loss. They're off at Taunton. Weather's coming in from there, isn't it? I think it seems a bit north of us, though. Sort of looking at the maps.
They were off earlier.
Yeah, so Somerset 74 for 4 against Hampshire. I should do this properly, shouldn't I?
They're still off at Old Trafford, they are. 12 for 1.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in the previous game, Kent v Warwickshire, Hannon Dolby 458. Is it Harry Brooks 355? Chris Rushworth 2 for 19. Henry Brooks. Essex 12 for 1. Delayed.
Apparently it's looping around to the north of us. We'll be alright. Taunton, Old Trafford, they're all going to get it, but it's going from the west to the north.
Somerset 74 for 4, as we said. Sorry. 149 for 5.
What's happened to the title charge?
Sibley 34. Latham 29. Folkes 22. He'll be looking to prove a point, won't he? Jack's 35. Clark 17, not out. So 150 for 5, sorry.
Always
2 wickets for Hutton, 2 wickets for James, 1 for Patterson.
knocked him off his feet there. He's got his toe out of the way and got the bat down. Folkes or best though?
I think you've got to go for, I mean, Bairstow looks a bit all over the place, doesn't he? He's asking a lot of him, having been out for so long, to come back and not just play as a batter but to keep as well. Alright, many people's eyes he was the victim of the incident at Lord's, but all of a sudden you're very much aware of everything, aren't you? Spotlights on you, people are questioning you as well as the opposition, so made quite a few errors and he hasn't looked convincing with the bat, so I'd be tempted to go with Folkes, but I doubt if they will.
No. Other big question is whether they have Jimmy Anderson running in from the Jimmy Anderson end. Tongue for Robinson was mentioned. Folkes bowled beautifully. Woke, sorry.
Durham v Gloucester at Chesley Street. Not that you're boring me. Gloucestershire 195 for 3. Dent 84 not out. Hammond 52.
Clipped nicely. Just a single. Slip and a slide from Higgins, but he's got hold of it in the end. Sees the funny side of it. Not sure Roland Jones does. Didn't cost anything more than the single there.
Ian Botham will be happy anyway. Potts is playing for Durham. Wickets for Potts, Pretorius and Parkinson. Has he left? Is that the one? Which Parkinson's that? Is that the Lancashire or the Leicestershire one? Yeah, I saw him Botham before the Lord's Test and he was having a bit of a moan about England nicking all his bowlers and not releasing them. Shot.
Lovely shot from Keogh. Doubles his tally with his first boundary. Rasps into the rope and over the advertising board.
Yeah, it's an excellent spell by Higgins, replaced by Toby. Roland Jones, and he's not yet found the consistency of the discipline that Higgins did. 6 off the over, and again just looking at the figures there, number 34 of 10, so in the context of a day's cricket where only 2.25 runs and over have been scored, the captain's been a bit expensive. Get your finger out.
Ironically enough, conceding the runs off the fuller length there. Going 2 full.
Hove, Sussex v Derbyshire. Sussex for 150 without loss at lunch, weren't they? 206 for 3 they've moved on to. Clark 76 not out, Haynes 86, Alsop 9, Coles 14. Wickets for Lackmell and 2 for Thompson.
Nice down from Bamber again around the wicket to Proctor.
Worcester for Yorkshire, so Worcester must be on the fringes of that weather going up. They've done well. Oh, it's delayed. so they're in it. But Yorkshire have moved to 142 without loss. Lyth 75, Bean 59. Worcester won the toss there, stuck Yorkshire in. Probably questioning that decision at this moment in time. 142 without loss. Glamorgan v Leicestershire, no play today. Scotland women versus Thailand women. Scotland women got bowled out for 65. Thailand 50 for 1. 2020 game. Scotland men were a bit unlucky, weren't they, last week? Not getting through to the World Cup. They went through in the World Cup. Was it Netherlands and Sri Lanka?
Great shot. Down the ground from Proctor. Keogh's just done it to Roland Jones. Now Proctor to Bamber.
Yep. Rev loosish delivery there by Bamber. That's a very good shot actually. It was not too much wrong with that ball, but again showing what a good service it is, and equally showing the rewards for playing straight. Looking to hit the ball back down the ground past the bowler. How does Bamber react?
Top ball to in the over. Proctor trying to leave 119 for 4. 52 overs done. Again, this is the periods that we're talking about now. Next 28 overs for Middlesex. How they are able to manage the workloads. Bowlers all into their third spells. Roland Jones just starting his third spell here. None for 34 from 10. Most expensive of the Middlesex bowlers. Good from Helm, 1 for 25 from 12. Higgins and Bamber really have persevered and carried a great deal of threat as well, though. Helm at the top looked the most threatening. He looked as though if he could get on a roll, he'd get through a few. Quite find those edges this morning, Helm.
Toby's not, I wouldn't say he's found his rhythm yet this year really. It sounds a bit harsh, but he's not looked quite the bowler he did last year so far this summer. I don't think it's injury or suddenly age catching up with you. But it's not looked as smooth, as rhythmical as it can do. I think he's changed his run-up slightly, hasn't he? For shorter run-up, which is maybe not a bad thing. Certainly for the over 8 and the.
I was going to say for any of us.
Yeah, for the red number that often appears on the scoreboard at Lords when Middlesex are in the field, which is the minus 1, 2, 3 or 4 bowling rate. Oh.
Mind you, he wouldn't have bowled that much in 2017, Roland Jones, would he? Middlesex went down -2 that year in the over 8. That was his England summer, wasn't it? One and only Test summer for Roland Jones. Cruelly denied the tour down under that winter as well. Off with that one up there.
One of Roland Jones's strengths has been his abilities to sort of, I don't know, get the ball to stand up, do something on good surfaces. It's not managed to make that difference as often as you'd hoped so far this year.
Short, up in the air but safe. Cryer catch. Milan the only fielder anywhere near in the onside at mid-wicket. That ball scuttles away over the boundary rope at deep square. Keogh into double figures.
Was it a deliberate bouncer? Yeah, I think it probably was. Hoping to catch the batter by surprise, but Keogh had plenty of time to rock back on the back foot and execute the shot well.
Slipped a couple of nice short ones from the Benham end, which is down the hill. It's up the hill from Roland Jones. Rides that one nicely again into the offside. End of the over. Northamptonshire are 1, 2, 3 for 4. Big partnership for the visitors this, Keogh and Proctor. Skipper, the man topping the averages. This will be where they will hope that they can get in and one, if not both, go on. Unlike those before who've all got in, nobody's gone on just yet. Proctor yet to reach a century this year. Keogh has done once, one of only 2 centuries brought up by Northamptonshire batters this year. Again, that's very much something Middlesex will have to try to resolve themselves. They do get out to the middle. Quick single taken. Oh, underarm throw comes in from Holden. Gun fielder at backward point nowadays for Middlesex, Max Holden. This is with the throw, whether he'd have been out anyway.
I think that caught his partner by surprise there. Certainly hadn't left his ground. Could have been tired. Well, I suppose the fact the bat hit the ball before it got to stumps suggests that he'd have been in, but
DeCaries is back at the Lake End. We said how Middlesex going to get through these next 25 to 30 overs up to the 80th over. Bamber and Roland Jones going at it, but it's going to be DeCaries now. Arm around the skipper. Look at that. Certainly seems to have plenty of confidence, Josh DeCaries. Did you ever throw your arm around the skipper when he was orchestrating the field, Gus?
not really, no. Don't remember it. Not his dad, anyway.
Or Gat.
Yeah, they're just hollering at you from first slip and telling you it's not good enough. Get your finger out.
Tickle for a couple down to fine leg.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see sort of Northant's attitude towards the care. So, let's say a young, inexperienced spinner, not a at this moment in time, not a recognised frontline spinner, someone who's come in and done a decent job in T20 cricket, and also obviously a week or so ago took 7 for against Hampshire in a county championship match. But I think sides would probably target him and say, right, that's hit him out the attack, put him under some pressure and get the seamers back on.
Now, no shot offered. Have another look around the wicket. And he just needs to be skimming the outside of off.
Nope.
Whiteman just after lunch that went after to carry with that huge attempt at a pull through to the gloves of Simpson. It went just full of length outside the off stump.
Good over there. Start with a little bit on it, a bit of drop. There's certainly potential, isn't there, with his spin bowling?
I mean, he talks with great enthusiasm about it for sure. I had to interview him 2 evenings in the row down at the Cheers, because what did you do? Pick up a couple on the first day and then a 5 for on the second, or well, 7, but 5 more on the next day.
He just likes being involved in the game, doesn't he? So a double change. Toby Roland Jones bowled 2 so-so overs up the hill.
This is more his end though, isn't it? Over the years here, Roland Jones, Helm, Finn running down the hill.
Mert has been up the hill, hasn't he?
So, saw that bouncer which was pulled away by Keogh in his previous over from the nursery end, from the lake end. A couple of sharp bouncers running down the hill just before lunch. And one of the great things about Roland Jones from batters that have faced him, telling me he always just was up at you, he was hitting high up at the splice of the bat, a couple of inches higher than you expect the ball to reach you. course, there's nothing better if you're a bowler like that running down the hill and you hope the trajectory just skids on.
Well, an important little spell for him. Ethan Bamber bowled beautifully there. Arguably deserved a wicket, but has left it. Well, finished the spell without a wicket. Hopefully, Toby can keep the pressure on the batters, keep them honest, make them have to work hard for every run they get. Toby's run up side on.
That was around the length there, wasn't it, where you got a batter tentatively forward to Roland Jones, which is where he wants them.
Just looking at Toby off this shortened run up, and his acceleration almost sort of seems to sort of almost slow down a little bit. Almost when you want to be accelerating through the crease, you almost sort of feel that there's a little bit of a pause button, whether he's worried about bowling no balls, maybe slightly down this hill.
That long-legged approach for so many years, long flowing run-up. Not putting him in the same bracket, certainly not the same pace as Michael Holding. But that was the Whispering Death, charging in off that long run-up. Huge strides, sprinter-like.
Better over there, starts with the maiden down the hill. Something to get your teeth into for the next, well, I'd imagine he'll carry on bowling till tea, so for the next 4 overs. So a little spell for him, 4 overs as well for the Cares. Is Keogh quite an aggressive player to spin, or does he look to play shots? I'm trying to remember now.
Well, it's a period where they'll know they'll have to score runs. It talks about it from the Middlesex aspect, from the Northamptonshire aspects. They don't want to hang around for 24 overs, not score too many, and then all of a sudden Helm and co come at them again with a new ball. Well, there's one answer. It's the left-hander. Proctor, who comes down the track to him.
So I thought, of course, Keogh was facing the last ball the previous over, but again the first sign of aggression from Proctor. Maybe we'll see him do that again, just to try and put the Cares under some pressure. Feeling De Cares is in the game here. He can bowl well here. May well create a half chance with Proctor, I think, looking to be more positive against him.
Cut late. Higgins having to give chase down to deep third. Taking a couple. Well, De Cares has been an out-and-out batter for the majority of his career, hasn't he, to this point, and came in as an opening bat with Stoneman. We mentioned scored that 80 against Nottinghamshire at Lords last year. Down at the Aegeus in the last rounds, of course, folk were forgiven for thinking he was an off-spinning all-rounder. I said, no, he's a top-order bat, but batting down the order because he's playing as a spinner.
Well, he always bowled quite a lot. I mean, he's bowled quite a bit in the second 11 and in age group cricket. So you can see, I mean, he's got a decent action, so it's not like watching a part-timer. Probably risk going to get criticised by him, but the Stoneman sort of, there's a smoothness about De Care's action that you don't quite see in Stoneman's action, though it's not been as grooved because he's not bowled as much. But you say, if you play as your first spinner on flat surfaces, play as your second spinner on spinning pitches, you can get yourself in the side, can't you? And that's what you want to do. You want to get in the side so you can give yourself opportunities to show people what you can do. So if the bowling adds to that, then do it, and deserves to be playing ahead of Holman at this moment in time.
Probably not a bad thing, I guess, for Holman to have a little bit of a challenge there from De Care's. And the great thing for both De Care's and Holman is they're both outstanding batters as well, aren't they? But when Holman broke through a couple of years back, someone saying to him, it's not quite clear yet whether he's going to go on to be a batter or a spinner. Certainly produced a couple of innings this year and quite a few last, to show that potential that he has as a batter as well. Mentioned him, Holman with the bat. He's only had that 150 this year, which was the unbeaten 63 against Essex when he was left stranded. Mercer was out last to go, averaging just 17 this year, but he had a really good year with the bat last year. Some outstanding innings, just hasn't been able to follow it up this year, which is a better bouncer from Roland Jones, wasn't it? Which, yeah, if the wickets aren't coming as steadily as frequently, then there's just a bit of pressure on both. His bowling, he's picked up 5 at 61. Carers, that's 7 for 144 against Hampshire, although Holman may well grumble if he'd have been brought on earlier and if they'd have held the Gubbins catch. Poor old Ethan Bamber that was. Should be 2. That's all it is. Milan down there. Signal to end the over. Proctor will keep the strike. Northamptonshire 132 for 4.
Been summoned to see the CEO, so I better leave you. See you a bit later.
I'll go through the scorecards. Thank you. Gus Fraser. Much appreciated. His help and time. Good to see him. Should have a look at those scorecards. Approaching tea around the country. Warwickshire 37 without loss, replying to Kent's 171. That's a game that, as we said, both these teams will have a keen eye on. Still off at Old Trafford. Essex are 12 for 1. Back on at Taunton. Somerset are 78 for 4 against Hampshire, hanging in there. Now, has he clipped it into his boot? Is that the claim from De Caris? It certainly looked as though he played it into the ground to me. I'm not even sure the ball pitched. I thought it was a full bunger into the ground. Let's have another look. Yeah, bump ball into the grounds. De Caris at first thinking that it had bat onto ground onto bat. But it certainly was played into the grounds. I thought for a moment that the bowler perhaps had thought that it was played into the boot and up to short leg. Gus's lottery ticket's just blown out of the tent. That wasn't the one that he won a tenner, was it? End of the over here, 1-3-2 for 4. Run rate still around 2.2. Middlesex will be pleased with that. They've kept control of it. 21 overs to a second new Kookaburra ball. What can they do in the meantime? Going back to that Somerset score, they're 80 for 4 now. Amid has 16, Rue has 19. And the other game that these two will be keeping an eye on, Surrey against Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire 4th bottom. Keeping Surrey in check at the moment though. Surrey 179 for 5. Bit of a recovery though. Folkes 33 and Clark 35. Clark's 35 for just 40 deliveries. 2 for Hutton, 2 for James and 1 for Patterson. And then James, a decent go against Middlesex last year. And again this year in the Championship. Gloucestershire 2-2-7 for 4 at Durham. Potts picking up Charlesworth and Dent. Pretorius picking up Ollie Price and Parkinson taking Hammonds. Matt Parkinson now with Durham. Oh, he's got in. Through it goes. Off stumps, rock back. Roland Jones's persistence pays off. Wicket, 5th ball of the over. And Keogh, the big name, goes to the Middlesex captain. Down the hill from the Benham end. There it is, that classic Roland Jones. Challenging that off stump. Bringing the batter a long, long way forward and just clipping the top of off. Beautiful. Seam back in. Well, seam movement is all the talk of these Kookaburra balls, but there's enough there for Roland Jones to get it to nip back. Big wicket to pick up Keogh. Just below the top of off, wasn't even quite the top of off. Keogh will be massively disappointed. It was there to get forward to. It was there to lay bat on, because if he didn't, he was in trouble. 132 for 5, Northamptonshire, as Keogh makes his way back. That's it. Getting himself in, giving himself a decent start. But again, for Northamptonshire, it's nothing more than a start for one of their top order. He's gone. We've been out there for an hour. Keogh gone for 12. 1, 3, 2 for 5. So Zabe comes in with a wee bit of work to do. Second highest average this season is Zabe with an average of 36, 150, 57 unbeaten indeed. His 8 innings. From High Wycombe, not too far from here, a little trip up the A40, M40. Came through Buckinghamshire all the way. 25-year-old, turned 25 in May. Right on the spot from Roland Jones, little nod. From Safe Zabe. 132 for 5. Keogh gone for 12. 60 overs done. 4 more to tea. Middlesex took 2 in with them in the morning session. Can they take 4 in with them in the afternoon? That's what they'll be looking for. Two left-handers for De Carey's to have a look at. Oh, now on for the umpire to look at. I think going down. Needed to do a lot. Darted in from De Carey's. Could see a lot of off and middle. He's enthusiastic. That just clipped the top of the pad on the way through to the bat. He's an all-action cricketer, De Carey's. Lively in the field as well. Throws himself around. Single turn the over. Save off the mark. Here's the man with the latest breakthrough, the skipper. 1 for 18 from 8. For De Carey's at the other end. Roland Jones with a wicket to his name as well, the big one, Keogh. The bounce on that. 61 overs old. Pace and bounce through to the keeper. Good test. Zaib. 1 for 41 for the skipper now, and his 15th. He's to rack up a couple of maidens, bring his own economy down. The run rate of the innings has fallen to 2.1, I think for the first time. Let's dip below 2.2. There's that bounce again, and they've done well to scramble a single off it. Good alert cricket, holds it in. There's a beauty, he's got him. Wonderful from Roland Jones. Change of ends, change of fortune for the skipper. Down the hill is favoured Benamend, or certainly where it appears over the years he has more rewards. 2 for 42, his figure's looking an awful lot better now. 1 for 135 for 6. Looks pretty pleasing for Middlesex, having lost the toss this morning. Beaut, absolute beaut. Could Proctor have left it? Probably not. That line, that length, everything was right about that for Roland Jones. Proctor full face of the bat, pushed back. That Roland Jones had seamed one into Keogh previously. That one perhaps just going away slightly from the left-hander. Look at the celebration, look at the joy. Big game at Merchant Taylor School. Big spell this from Roland Jones with the old ball just before tea. Lewis McManus out to join Zaib, and 2 new batters at the crease just before the interval. Middlesex will be greedy now, they'll think 2 in the morning, 5 in the afternoon. 3.5 overs. 2.5 indeed until tea. Just 8 deliveries faced by Zaib at the non-striker's end. Single taken. Bowler the cry. McManus off the mark, turning through square leg. Beautiful again. Straight enough for Zaid to get in behind it on that occasion, but you can see everything was there, everything was right for Roland Jones on that, just the inch further to the right. Zaid would have had a little bit more to think about. Don't mind seeing that stroke, I don't think, from Zaid to that delivery. Goes to the bumper to finish. Leaves McManus on strike. To the carries, 1 for 36 for 6. 2 set batters gone again. 2 starts. Could he have left it? Let's have a look from behind Roland Jones. Pitch is probably on or around middle and off, so he could have left it. Do as much off the surface as perhaps the Keogh one did. Just the angle itself, the natural angle, drawing the left-hander into something that he probably, or undoubtedly, could and should have left alone. Around the wicket to McManus. That was a bit of a shuffle from the right-hander there, and again I don't think Middlesex will mind that at all. Felt as though it betrayed an uncertainty from the batter. Oh goodness me, this time he doesn't shuffle. Carey's kicks it straight on past the edge of the bat. Goodness me, Luke Holman's going to have a problem. Getting to Carey's out of the side. Oh well, look at where it's ended up. Now it rolled up the leg, I'd suggest, where it actually hit him before stopping high up in between his legs. Was the question for the umpire. Oh, leading edge. Well, it's all happening for De Carey's in this over against McManus. They'll get a couple, so the contest will continue. Promising couple of championship games for De Carey's with the ball. I was going to finish that sentence about Luke Holman to say the key thing for Middlesex is the pair of them are batters, and what a blessing that'd be to have an off spinner of De Carey's ilk in the side if he kicks on as a bowler, and Luke Holman as a leg spinner. Both over the years will want to nail down their batting, that they would be in as batters alone. Paddles that one. Fine of Milan at deep backward square. Welcome boundary for Northamptonshire. It's better from McManus. It seems as though he's pretty clear in his thought there, saw it early enough, went with it. Wasn't premeditated at all. Another one backs up to the Careys. This one though, McManus gets bat on it. 142 for 6. One over to tea at Merchant Taylor's. Middlesex's afternoon. Arguably backs up the work they did this morning, kept the scoring rate down. Again, they were just past 50 after 90 minutes this morning. Northamptonshire, it was a morning that raced through, it felt, when they went past the 50, as though it was more the hour mark than the 90-minute mark. Just get up to lunch. 70 on the board, but 2 down, losing that wicket to the Careys just before lunch. Now 4 in the afternoon with the older Kookaburra, which will very much enthuse Middlesex for the match. What can they do for these next 4 wickets? I mean, the next 17 overs, what can Northamptonshire do before that second new ball comes around? That feels pretty crucial. Single for Zaib, so McManus on to strike. Lovely from Roland Jones, really good. Charles McManus a long way outside the off. McManus will be there after tea. Will Zaib, last ball of the afternoon session. 4 wickets claimed. 2 for that man, Roland Jones, this afternoon. Oh, short one. Zaib goes after it, but he goes back to the pavilion with his wicket intact. That is tea on day 1 at Merchant Taylors School, and right now you'd probably say Middlesex's day. It isn't usually a big scorer here at Merchant Taylors. 144 for 6. Definitely Middlesex's afternoon. Northamptonshire doubling their score since lunch, at which point they'd lost 2. They've now lost 6. New ball in 16 overs time. Big frustration for Northamptonshire. Everybody's got in, nobody's gone on. Join us after tea, we'll find out where the game goes on day 1. Northamptonshire winning the toss. At tea they're 144 for 6.
Well, boys.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Merchant Taylors School, where the players back on their way, following the umpires out. Big afternoon session for Middlesex. 4 wickets claimed. Northamptonshire doubling their tally, but having lost 2 at lunch, they've now lost 6 at tea. Evening session with the second new ball, 16 overs away. Middlesex will be keen to have made an inroad or 2 more by them. Watching the Middlesex live stream, myself, Kevin Hand. Good to have you with us wherever you're tuned in around the world. Crucial battle for these 2 teams in the middle of the season. Defeat for either in this, well, for Northamptonshire it could well be terminal with their position. For Middlesex, certainly leave them needing a couple more wins before the season's done. Kent having a tough time of it at the moment, just above these 2 in the table. Notts having a decent time of it at the Oval. So Ryan Higgins to get us underway again. After tea from the Lake End, 2 slips and a gully. Right on the spot again, hitting top of off. 2 for 24 from 13. Relentless. Higgins helping that run rate down at the bottom be restrained to 2.2 throughout. Scrambled single. Oh, could be close. Manus is through. How close that was. Maybe the angle of Sadat made it look as though he was further out of his crease. Too much disappointment in the fields. Again from Higgins, right on the spot. Oh no, a couple more wickets now. They'll have a great chance of wrapping this innings up. Fair way below 200, which will be a mighty achievement. Northamptonshire winning the toss. .65 bowls, first one after tea, 145 for 6, just a single off it. Higgins 2 for 25 from his 14 now. Again, that economy is outstanding. And well, it's a challenge for McManus and Zaib, is to try and find the runs for Northamptonshire. Tom Helm from the Benham end, Roland Jones bowled beautifully there before tea. That's a very, very good leave by Lewis McManus. That was not far at all from the top of off stump. Again, that bounced on the way through to Simpson. That's something that right from the off this morning we focused on. Bounce as the game goes on. Just get harder batting last. And Middlesex will know their first innings. If they can wrap this up quickly, their first innings will need to be a good one. Very good from Helm again there. Manus just plays the line of it somewhat. I mean, at first you'd have looked at the angle and thought that's coming back in. Edged, oh, and put down at slip. It's a pretty straightforward chance to carries in there for Eskenazi, who injured the finger. Extra bounce from Helm. In and out. He had it, then he didn't. Simpson tried valiantly to take it at second attempt. Frustration for Helm, a life for McManus. First put down of the day, how costly could it be? Good over from Helm. Oh, they've taken the single as well. Scampered that one through between Helm and Roland Jones. Single off it to end the over. 145, 146 for 6. Balance keeps the strike on 10. It's good from Higgins again, he's right in that spot. Barely left it all day long. Bamber similarly. Helm's been threatening all day, and Roland Jones, he's bagged a couple. No ball called again against Higgins. His third of the day, I think, now. difficult for Northamptonshire now. I know that second new ball is going to be a big challenge. Run's going to get in the meantime, but equally this could all go quickly if they go at it too hard. Shuffle from McManus, trying to gate the threat of Higgins. 6 dot balls, but one of them a no ball. Here comes the 7th ball of the over. Sends it back Milan at deep square. There you go, just in the picture in front of you. Strolls across. And hits high up the outside edge. It'll be runs for McManus. Thick edge. Davies does well. Slides and keeps it in. They've taken 2. And that's the 150 up for Northamptonshire. 150 for 6. The end of the 67th. McManus this year said that Zaib is second in the averages. Bounce and pace are good. Flies through. challenging that off stump. I think that's where help needs to go. Zaib here. Good threat all day. So he feels in play there, he gets an extra bit of bounce there, one that keeps a fraction low there. Helm's natural highs, natural pace, ability that he's got. Things will happen. Should have had McManus after tee, pretty simple put down at slip. Onto the hips with that one though. Boundary down to the match ref. 4 to end the over. Wide on that crease. Into the ribs. Into the match referee's tent, or nearly. Looks like they just went in between. So he moves to 7. His first boundary, 154 for 6. Solid from McManus in behind. Just coming to the averages this year. It's the single. 2 off the over. Yes, so he was averaging 36.5 this year. McManus back onto strike. 5 matches, 7 innings, an average of 11. 2 not outs in the 7 innings, to be fair. High score of 14. High score of 14 57 runs in 7 innings, 2 of those unbeaten there. Let's have a quick check on scores elsewhere. As you see here, Roland Jones 2 for 45, Higgins 2 for 31, Helm 1 for 30, Carey's 1 for 24, Bamber unlucky not to be in amongst the wickets, Helm unlucky not to have 2. Put down a McManus since tea. Elsewhere, Warwickshire 81 for 1, fly to Kent's 171, Davies gone LBW to Everson for 42, Yates 28, Rhodes 10. Still off at Old Trafford, Essex 12 for 1. Somerset 151 for 5. They were 41 for 4. Rue has 49. Mead held him up for a bit with 16. Aldridge 38. Unbeaten now with Rue. Surrey 217 for 6. So Folkes 46. He's gone. Patterson the wicket. Cut to point. No run. Clark still there on 56 from 73. He'd been powering along at one point. Abbott with him now. Division 2. Gloucestershire 261 for 6 at Durham. Glamorgan, they still haven't started against Leicestershire. And Wales, Sussex 261 for 4 against Derbyshire. And that was after that extraordinary opening stand. Haynes hit 86 off 96. Clark 96 off 168. 150 was the opening stand. Right there. Allsop 9, Coles 14, Carter 35 not out, and Ibrahim 4 not out at the moment. 3 wickets for Thompson, 3 for 50 in his 20th for Derbyshire. And Yorkshire were 142 without loss. The rain set in there. Lyth 75 from 99, Bean 59 from 87, 142 in the 31st over against Worcestershire. Single to backward square, 2 coming in from the deep, Milan and Bamber. Simpson gets there first. Full and straight, and it gets through mid-on. Higgins picks himself up, but got a single. Tumbling stop from him there. Looks as though they're keen to get this scoreboard ticking, find the singles. It's got a bit blustery, blown over a bit here. Be a bad time for the second new ball. It's 10 overs away. Threat of showers tomorrow. End of the over, 70 done. 10 to that second new ball. 158 for 6. So yeah, these two, well, McManus in desperate need of some runs. So he doing badly at all. McManus who was born in Poole, Dorset. Cricketer all the way through before joining Hampshire. And his debut for Hampshire in 2015 now, the 28-year-old. Nicely on the spot again from Higgins. England under 19 as well, McManus. First class average of only 26 and a half. A century against Surrey early in his Hampshire career. 13 50s. Right up onto the splice. They thought about the single, it's not there. Lifts again from Helm. So Bride in this older ball, but Helm still getting some life out of it. Down the hill as well from the Benham end. scored a shot. It'll feel better for Zaib. Boundary for him to get into double figures. 162 for 6. Right up there from Helm, looking to challenge the drive. It's been a good spell. He should have started with a wicket. He had a wicket. He had an edge anyway. It's a good bouncer from Helm. Back over the wicket to the left-hander. On 62 for 6. Playing on probably shouldn't have there. He's lifted with the ball. Could have left well alone, really. That line, that length wasn't there for it. We'll take a couple here. It was a nice clip. Milan retreats for a mid-wicket to collect. Blowing up a bit of a storm at Merchant Taylors. You can see the trees in the background there. Hurricane Higgins could do with blowing up a storm here for Middlesex. I want want to wrap this up quickly. They'll know it's not a historically high-scoring ground, Merchant Taylor School. It's one for the bowlers. Need to wrap this up. Top ball turning over, just a couple off it. 164 for 6. Tick towards that second new ball. Some pensive looks in the background. It's a big game between these two sides. Middle of the road in English cricket at the moment. Top flight, but at the wrong half of the table. Middlesex could pull away with a win. Northampton should desperately need this win to keep alive their hopes of being in Division 1 next year. Here's the skipper, bowled well from the Benham end before tea. Can he wrap it up after? Will certainly set Middlesex on the way to doing so. Have a little look at the forecast. You see the scoreboard behind Toby Rowland Jones there, just getting a little bit darker. Popped back to the bowler. Plenty of excitement. So I just got a little stuck in the pitch. Rowland Jones, Superman. Well, he has been over the years many times for Middlesex. Oh, that fizzed up onto the splice of the bat.
Here, please.
74 done, 6 to the new ball.
Here, please, kid. I think someone's got his lid. Whose is that?
It's got a box in it, maybe it's Rocky's one.
Yeah, it might be Rocky's. Joshie?
So Josh DeCaries from the Benham end up the hill, hopefully aiding the bounce for the off spinner. Top ball first up. Can do it against the left-hander here. Up in the air, down the ground. Long chase for Holman on as a sub. Bounces over him, bounces over the advertising board as well for 4. Tickle into the onside. After the big shot down the ground. Much more they keep going into carries like that. It'd be interesting to see now, up to this second new ball. Might bring a chance for Middlesex equally. Very nearly there. It wasn't quite to the pitch of that one. Did well to get bad on that. On the pads, but drifting down. Decent economy for DeCaries. Get out this over now, 2.8. Pretty good from the off spinner, young off spinner as well. Day 1. Encouraged for the second innings as well. Big sweep from Zaib. Fine of the fielder as well, 4 more. Very well played. He's into the 20s.
Jerry, do you mind just running this off, please?
.173 for 6, end of the 75th. So Zaib the latest to make a start. McManus has really as well, with 44 balls faced. .24 Vasconcelos, 24 Gay, 31 Broad, 11 Whiteman, Proctor 25, Keogh 12, Zaib 22, McManus 16. sure that the Middlesex batters will be saying to themselves, get in, you've got to go. Got to go on this time. Between these two sides, only 2 centuries all summer, both of them, for Northamptonshire players. Key stats with all of those as well, I think, is that bar Vasconcelos, everybody's batted for an hour. So even White with 11, he batted 57 minutes for his 11, 46 balls faced. 40 balls faced for Keogh's 12, batted for 60 minutes. Vasconcelos, 24, from 40 deliveries, batted 42 minutes. Everybody but the opener, who was batting well, batting nicely, Vasconcelos. Out in the 11th over, last ball of the 11th over indeed. Faced 42 minutes right at the top against Roland Jones and Helm, Higgins and Bamba. So it's not just got in terms of the number of runs. Say every single one of your, well, what are we down to now? 7 and 8 out there. Everybody in the top 8 is going to have faced an hour, apart from Vasconcelos, which was good as 42 for the opener. Pretty disappointing in that sense. That's in 2 hours for Gay, 2 hours for his. In fact, stark contrast. Gay's 24, 119 minutes. Vasconcelos 24, 42 minutes. But again, opening innings, take that from Vasconcelos. 42 minutes out there, first morning. Toughest job, the opener. Oh, that's that one flowed out. Dips through. Is he going for the slower ball? McManus asks, can he nip off to get something? The answer is yes. 4 to the second new ball. 173 for 6.
It's sore when you put it in, but it doesn't numb it. Game of patience, a game of cat and mouse at the moment with that second new ball around the corner. Oh, and then one skids through for the Careys. So Zaib and McManus have got a way up here. Just kicked on. That's a bit of fly on that one, a single down to the long off. I was a little surprised they put the long off and long on back at this stage. Almost be tempted to say, go on, try and go over the top at the moment. Middlesex thinking about a cheaper way to wrap up this innings though, rather than risk a couple over the top before getting the wicket. Oh, now reverse sweep comes out. Not out is the call. Let's see, did that pitch outside the line of leg? Yes, only just. 174 for 6. 18 balls. It's that second new ball. It feels like a big moment in this match. Roland Jones continues from the Benham end, running down the slope. Will he continue through the spell with the second new ball? Kerry's talking about how the Kookaburra down at the Aegeus spun when it was hard for him, didn't get so much spin out of it once it went soft. Higgins being sent back to deep mid wicket. Long leg back. Going around to a deep backward square indeed. Here's Roland Jones. Single tickled into the vacant mid-wicket position where Higgins has just disappeared. Partnership's worth 41. He's down to deep thirds. Grunt from Roland Jones as he delivers that one. End of the 78th. 176 for 6. Carey's continuing. I'm feeling like he hasn't got more to his name as well. couple of good shouts for LBW to Carey's. Couple of balls skidded on past the edge, just past the off stump as well on a couple of occasions. Now that had a bit of bounce for De Carey's. Middlesex won't want to be chasing a lot in the final innings on this. Now, will they give De Carey's another over? This is the last over from the Lake End before the second new ball becomes available. Will he be given another over with the older ball? Will he be allowed to bowl with the new ball? 1 for 33 off 12. Either way, he's bowled very well today. Big wicket just on the stroke of lunch. No wicket on the stroke of the second new ball, but whether he's given another over we shall see. Here's Roland Jones taking off his cap, handing it to the umpire there. These two have seen up to the second new ball. Well, they're 6 balls away from seeing up to the second new ball becoming available. How far beyond can they go? Pushes him back, first ball of the over. Oh, short. Toe into the bat. And where it hit. Let's see if we can get a better look. It looks at the toe end, it looks almost though it was bottom edge. Bottom of the toe end onto the body. Was it going to roll on or not? Either way, McManus had his back grounded and wasn't moving it until he found out. So he'd obviously just knock one of the bails off. Oh, now up in the air, cry of catch. De Carey's runs, but it's going to clear him and kicks on then down the slope to Stoneman down at deep third. Evasive action. Bat left up like a periscope though.
that's lovely. Last ball before the second new ball becomes available, and Roland Jones serves up that. You can see the frustration as he turns away. 177 for 6. So, second new ball is taken and it's handed to Ethan Bamber. There's the answer to all of our questions. Umpires are having a look at the skies. They had a conversation about the light there. They're looking around. Oh, now. This is why batting last at Merchant Taylor's School can be tricky. You don't expect this bounce to improve. Around the wicket, up the hill. Now it's a second new ball. Zaib's got to remember that, and has he played that quite low for a second new ball? Let's have a look. Side on. Yeah, probably fair enough where he's played it. Tallest of batters himself. Fizier's going to come and have a look. Clearly hurt. Clearly a message as well for the Middlesex batters when they prepare to come out. Now the umpires coming together to have a chat again. The light is definitely going to be an issue here. Time is at 25 minutes past 5 nearly.
I'll go, Jerry. I'll go, dog.
We're good to go again. The light meters here are effectively the electronic scoreboards, which are pretty bright at the moment, although having just looked up again now from the screen, it looks a bit brighter. That's good from Bamber again. Slave gives a little nod. Opportunity here for Middlesex. The light's not great. There's overheads. And there's a new ball in hand. Bamber bowling Buttes. Fuller
Zaib able to get in behind that one. Little bit of width, over pitched. Just gave Zaib a chance to lean into it. At the boundary, 181 for 6. Nice shot. Just able to lean into it. Bamber giving him that width, that length was there for it as well. Second highest scorer of the innings now, Zaib. 31 from the debutant. First class debut for Broads. He's the top scorer in the innings so far. 181 for 6. Look over the back of the pavilion there, right in the distance towards the far right of your picture. It's just some lighter sky. But as you sweep around to the left of the shot there and then back around the back of the lake end, which is where Helm is about to bowl from, it just gets darker and darker at the moment and filled in. So how much of the final 15 overs we shall see? Who knows? Spots of rain spotted. So the answer might be not much more. Good time for Middlesex to take a wicket. Rain's just starting to come down a bit more. Umpires are going to come together and have a chat. I think we're done for now. Whether we're done for the day at 5:30. Helm's marching back to the top of his mark. Not wanting to come off. Middlesex wouldn't want to come off right now. Second new ball in hand. No, they're off. Done for now. Well, unfortunately, we trickled our way to that second new ball. But a trickle of rain is going to bring them off. Whether it's stumps, we'll have to wait and see. Wasn't particularly forecast for tonight, but tonight it comes in. Vasconcelos, Gay, 24 apiece at the top, 31 from board, remains that top scorer of the day so far, but Zaib closing fast on 29. McManus, the latest batter to reach 20, the latest batter to reach an hour out in the middle. Only Vasconcelos with 42 wasn't able to make an hour out in the middle today, which tells you how tricky it is. They all got in but weren't able to go on. Middlesex are pausing on the way off as it stops. Well, they've given it a deterioration of light, but I'd suggest it's the rain. It actually feels a little bit brighter now than it was a few moments ago. It's just a matter of where the lighter skies, the darker skies are coming in for. It's a bit mixed up above, to be honest. In parts it's set in. And it has stopped raining, which is why Middlesex stopped coming off. But the umpires have clearly decided that... Well, did they take a light meter reading? That's interesting. You can see the lighter skies to the right, darker skies more filled in to the left. There's one or two darker clouds just in between or above the school, as you can see there. But yeah, as it stops raining, I think it's brighter now than it was a few moments ago. So the umpires take a moment, take a pause, but I think there's a chance we could be going straight back out.
Classic county.
184 for 6. That has to be a broadcasting first. The cameraman was in front of the camera. Cheered us up in the tent. So there we go, the story of the day so far. Higgins 2 for 33, Roland Jones 2 for 49, Carey's 1 for 33. Helm should have had a couple to his name, but McManus was put down. Still a chat in the distance there, as you can see by the umpires, what they make of it. As I say, it feels to me as though it's brighter now, and some of those clouds up above are breaking up. A cloud in the distance. We saw the breaking up of the sky in the distance. Overhead, just came down a little bit. I've got a feeling the umpires could be waving them back on here pretty quickly. It doesn't feel as though light is an issue at the moment to me, looking at, well, I say our light meter at the moment, it's the scoreboard on the far side. But you can just about see it in the corner of your picture there as well. But I don't think the umpires will be able to keep them off for too long here. 25 to 6, middle of the summer. It needs a slight break up of the cloud and we're away again. Key thing was the rain. It just tipped them over the edge at that point. It did start to come down a fair bit, but just a passing shower, nothing more. What are they going to do? Umpires pausing for thought. So where do they go with it now, the umpires? I think they're right at the point. It looks as though out in the middle they are very much pondering whether it's time to come back on to me. They're looking around. There's a break up. What are the umpire? Get on, yay! Good stuff, umps. Back on. Fair play. They kept them on. The light was getting a bit iffy. Then the rain came. Well done the commentator as well for sticking with it. I fancied they'd be back on, and they are. Middlesex will be delighted, absolutely delighted. Get back out there now and have a bowl. I think this innings is in a balance now. It's Merchant Taylor School. It's clearly done a bit all day. Bounce may be an issue as the game goes on. At 135 for 6, Middlesex would very much have had hopes of a couple of quick ones and being all done by 160, 180. At 184 for 6, they'll be worried that Northamptonshire could push to something around the 250 mark. A batting point here would be very useful in many ways for Northamptonshire. In match context, you can just see a drip of rain or two on the camera there, can't you? Which actually is quite a nice effect. Not digging out your our cameraman at all, not for a moment. Nice little bit of always gives you the feel of being there, doesn't it? If you're watching at Wimbledon and the drips are coming down the camera. Bad time to stage an outground game. Wimbledon fortnight, bound to rain. Helm's ready to go. He's at the top of his mark. You'll see him, there you go, flipping the ball up. Ready to charge down from the Benham end again. Let's have a quick glance at the scores elsewhere before resumption in play here. Warwickshire 118 for 2 now. Trailing by just 53 runs against Kent at Canterbury, looking good.
Suspended bad light, Essex 12 for 1, still at Old Trafford. It must be close to being done for the day. Northamptonshire here, as we can see, staging a bit of a fight back. Somerset have fought back. They're 189 for 5. They were 41 for 4. Rue has 74 and Aldridge 51. Surrey 271 for 6. They fought back as well against Nottinghamshire. They were 70 for 4, 130 for 5, but 86 for Clark and 29 for Abbott. Have a look at the Division 2 scores in a moment. Felt as though it had a fair bit of shape on it, that one from Helm. Let's have another look at that one. It just looked as though out of the hand it went quite early. Maybe it was me and an optical illusion. Let's see. It just felt as though it was a little bit of swing. And the first he confidently says first 50 partnership of the innings, yes. Ripple of applause from the dressing room to our left. McManus onto 24. I'm just drifting to the legs. 8 off the over. Up towards the hip again, falls away down towards fine leg. They take a leg bye, so 9 runs off the over 8 against the bowler. 189 for 6. Division 2, Gloucestershire 280 for 6, rain delay at Durham. Glamorgan, Leicestershire stumps on day 1. There was a toss, Leicestershire won it. They were due to fields. Sussex are 307 for 6 against Derbyshire after that strong start, 150 for the first wicket, and Yorkshire 142 without loss at Worcestershire when rain stopped play there. 56 for Carter, topping things up for Sussex after that, 150 to begin with. Plodded their way to a second batting point. Hudson Prentice and McAndrew now trying to see if they can push on to another batting point. Still 60 shy of a batting point here. How much more play will Middlesex get tonight? There's chatter in the field, they'll know. Get in amongst them this evening if you can. A couple more tonight, get it moving this evening, make the most of being out there. Perhaps a little bit of a bonus after we came off for that shower. Would have been a fear that it was the end of the day. Not for the schools event in the background, the high jump going on. Nothing puts off kids in a bouncy castle. It's even more fun when it gets slippy, isn't it? Is that health and safety nowadays? Go on, let's see if we can get the high jump. Go on, up you go. 1, 2, 3. Oh! Come on, I want to see him again now. See if he can make his mate can do it. He looked a bit taller. Needs to put the bar higher for his mate. Oh yeah, look, he did it clearly. Over the top, skips off the back. Here he goes again. Oh! Oh no, that's going to be close and it's gone. McManus has gone for 24. Another one gets a start. Another one fails to take it on for Northamptonshire. 190 for 7. Bamba has his first wicket. He's deserved that. He's bowled beautifully today. Straight in with an economy of 2s. Now in his 16th over, he finally gets a wicket. Yep. Full, straight. Stone dead. 190 for 7. Out smashing into middle and leg. About a quarter of the way up. Tom Taylor is the new batter.
Well, you'll see, you'll see. No.
Could be a little South American trip for me this winter, I reckon. I'm playing cricket.
Now, as much as there's a new batter, we're all looking in the background to see how they're getting on. Oh, into the stumps! Not out. Tabe at the non-striker's end. Well, that would have been a way to go. Let's have a look. I don't think we'll get anything conclusive because I think the umpire. Well, this end actually we might. No, that bat's down. Would have been very unlucky. Save to go that way. Now, all eyes on the background. Give it the build up. No, they've given up. The high jump's over. His mate won it in the background. The high jump. Apparently entry to the members forum tonight is via the high jump, and if you don't make it over the top, you're not allowed in. Just been informed by the county. 190 for 7. So wicket maiden for Bamba. That helps his economy even more as well. 1 for 28. Bowls well paid. Pitched. Oh, brilliant stop. Mark Stoneman flicks it back in. Hard yards for Stoneman to save a single, but a thumbs up from Helm and a thank you. 1 for 47 from 17.2. He's probably bowled better than that today. In fact, he has bowled better than that today. He should have had a wicket. That of McManus after tea.
too costly for Middlesex, with Bamba picking up McManus. Zaib, second highest in the averages. He's the man they've got to get rid of. Good from Helm. Taylor mostly in behind it. Nice shot by Taylor to get him off the mark. Poor old Steinman's out. He's the man chasing again. Enthusiasm of his mate Mark Wood. Oh, that's up in the air. And he's got him! Caught and bowled. That feels good for a bowler. Pin a batter back and then collect the catch yourself. Smiles for Helm. He has a second wicket. Middlesex have an eighth. Well, everybody was looking for it. Helm found it, and comfortably as well. It's comfortable a caught and bowled, you probably see indeed. Great feeling though. Picking up a caught and bowled off a bouncer. Well, 95 for 8, Middlesex nearly there. Wide open stance from Sanderson. Just about gets in behind it. High score of 46 this season for Sanderson. Middlesex won't want that. They'll want those wickets to keep coming. Another one in that over for Helm. 2 for 49 he has now. Caught and bowled for Taylor, who himself does have a 50 this year, 53. 50s have been shared around actually. 10 batters have reached 50 this year. Of those, Keogh has reached 3. Vasconcelos 2. The other 8 have all made 1. Keogh did take it on to a century on one occasion, so a century in 3 50s. Whiteman 1 century and 1 50. Story of the innings here really for Northamptonshire, the story of the season. Lots of starts, no 50s yet. Zaib the leading scorer in the innings so far with 33. Oh, now outside the line of off. Actually wasn't sure if there was an inside edge on that, but Bamba, yes, inside edge. Didn't hear the two noises. Usually hear a couple of noises. It just sounded like the thick thud of the pad. Won't hear much for a moment as a helicopter passes overhead. It's a nice shot. 2 points set back. Zaib gets the single, so Sanderson comes on to strike. That's chipped up and short. How many times today have we seen that? A couple of times at least where a ball's just stopped and chipped up. 2 mid-off. Roller Jones had one as well. Solid from Sanderson on this occasion. A job to do for his mates at the other end, capable of a few bludgeoning shots. Sanderson, but sitting in for a while. Oh, Yorker dugout. Middlesex hunting these last 2 wickets. First shot in anger from Sanderson's powers it to mid-off, wasn't quite in control, wasn't quite there for the shot. 196 for 8. 11 overs of the scheduled day remaining. Day which has promised for Northamptonshire winning the toss, and look at that, all those starts. Taylor, the first batter to fall significantly shy of an hour in the middle. 42 minutes for Vasconcelos. Everybody else down to McManus making an hour in the middle. Taylor Darcy just 5 minutes. So again, top 8, not just starts, but significant time. That's good from Helm and a dabble from Zaib.
Oh, now just a single down to deep third, but he rather jabs at that to get off the mark, Sanderson. Up in the air, and where? All the way. Oh, look at that bounce. Through towards Old Merchant Taylors. In the background. Big shot. Back deep into the crease. Goodness me, that back foot can't have been far away from the stumps. 2 for 57, Helm. I won't have enjoyed that. Where's the next one going to go? Zaib's on to 41, first batter into the 40s. Broad with 31, second highest scorer. Can Northamptonshire find a 50 in their first innings? Oh, goes hard at that. Really hard. Into the visiting tents. Dressing room there for Northamptonshire. Their marquee, their dressing rooms behind. Deep in the crease, he was there early. Goes hard into the game, perhaps expecting the short ball. Helm trying to get out the over and keep Zaib off strike. Zaib happy to stay off strike. Take a boundary, it moves into 47. I didn't realise that had actually gone for 6. Thought it bounced into the 10. Just wonder how he'd gone to 47. Consecutive 6s, 14 off the over. 210 for 8. This is the danger time now for Middlesex. 250 on the board here at Merchant Taylors is a decent start to a game. Singles gets A back on strike. You go after Bamber in the same way. Bamber, ball ricochets around.
I see the heavy one for tomorrow. Rob was like, oh, like you.
Coffee truck's done for the day in the background.
Same decision. Yeah. I think it's a no-brainer. Go light ones. Yeah. Is John said anything else?
Coffee or ice cream?
Yeah, absolutely. Like,
either way, it's a little late for both. Getting a bit cold for ice cream. A bit late in the day for caffeine. Skids through down the leg side. It's a really good take, tumbling by Simpson. Shot along the floor. Dragging it down. Quite released for him as he intended. Bang bang in a hurry here. Drops the single. 2 balls to go the over. The live averages put Zaib top of the average now. 40.85 is average for the season. 150, top score of 57, unbeaten. 2 not outs, including this in his 9 innings now this summer. Just approaching 300 runs. Drive catch, it's in the air, but it's wide. Stoneman at cover, around comes Holden from deep point. Back for 2. On to come of the over. Oh, goodness me. That scene off the surface. Second kookaburra of the day, doing a bit for Bamba. Too much for the edge and the off stump for Sanderson. 2:14 for 8 then. 87 bowls, 9 remain of day 1. Will Middlesex be batting tonight? Just a single, onto 49. Goodness me. Middlesex may well be hoping they're not batting tonight. A little bit of cloud cover overheads. Fair bit of movement off the surface. Bounce on that. Northamptonshire gets 250 here. They'll think they're in the game. First up, runs on the board. They'll know they'll have to be tight. Middlesex have a good record here. Lost last up against Worcestershire. Ed Pollock had a day in the sun at Northwood. Middlesex were mightily frustrated with that defeat last year. It didn't cost them in the end. They got up out of Division 2 at the expense of Worcestershire. Look to be back to winning ways. A ground that served them well here. Over recent years, relatively new in the grand history of the county. Grand setting for sure, with that school in the background of Tom Helm there. Toes to defend that one, Sanderson. Maybe looking for some similar bounce. Oh, went for the Yorker. Darts down the leg side. That's brilliant from Simpson again, because that's hit the crease. Bounce completely unpredictable there. Full down the leg side, fast onto the crease, and Simpson's done incredibly well to save. We've been 4 byes. 215 for 8 then. 8 remain of day one here at Merchant Taylors School. 2:15 for 8, and well, Northamptonshire at the start of the day, if you'd have said 2:15 for 8, might just have been a little greedy and said, well, can we get 2:40 for 8? They'll have known the history of this ground though, they'll have looked at the scores, they'll know that it's a seamer's surface. The interesting one is to Carey's, he's got some assistance on day one. How much of the Northamptonshire spinners get in the final innings of the match? If that is to be a day 4, especially if there's a bit of weather around tomorrow. One slip in place for Zaib on 49. No run. Wonder for a moment if they were going to go to a bit of Bazball body line. Bang it in short at the left-hander. There is a long leg and a deep square. Zaib checks that field now. Aaron Jones warming up at mid-on. Just a slip and a gully catching. And he's bowled him! Gone for 49. Brilliant from Bamber again. Just gets one to nip back. Inside edge. Zaib gone for 49. No 50 in the innings for Northamptonshire. So many starts. Zaib came comfortably closest to the half century, but not to be. Let's have a look. Just a little inside, yes, onto the top of the stumps. Just look at that channel again from Bamber there. Persistent, unrelenting. Rewarded again for Mr. Reliable, Ethan Bamber. Angling back in from around the wicket. Just see it tailing in slightly to take that inside edge. Zaib ruefully drags his way off. Inside edge onto the top of middle. There it was, just the top of middle. Oh, and he wasn't watching in the background after all that wait. He was looking at his phone. It's a life lesson to us all. Put your phone away. Unless you're watching the stream. .215 for 9 then. Whiteout to join Sanderson. Middlesex nearly through. They may well be batting tonight. Oh, straight through everything. 4 byes. Simpson is very unlucky there. Around the wicket, Bamber. Seams back in again. He's not even that wide on the crease, but look at that tail back in. Misses the top of leg. Does Simpson also. Up in the air. Oh, just short of helm. Come through for the single. Oh, it's a big mix-up. Should go. Simpson's up to the stumps. Takes him, and that's it. Sanderson's run out. 2:19 all out. There are 7.3 overs. Middlesex are going to have to bat 5 overs tonight. Should be tricky. 2:19 all out. They'll take that, though, Middlesex. Well, the catch was nearly there for Helm. Guilty of ball watching. Simpson wasn't. Up to the stumps, whips the bails off, and off you go. Smiles all round. And, well, White pushes it to mid-off. Nearly caught. Then the yes-no. Then they're all done. Shake of the heads. 2:19 all out Smiles for Middlesex. What's Davies done? He's being sent off for something. Being wound up by his mate, surely. Roland Jones has the look of a man who's winding his teammate up for sure.
They've talked about it. It's nothing to do with me.
Smiles for Middlesex as they make their way off. Innings break here at Merchant Taylor School. So let's have a look. What the make-up? 49, the story really, for Zaib. 219 all out. Tell you what, we'll go through that innings in full just before Middlesex start theirs. We'll take a 5-minute break here, grab a cuppa, join us back in a few moments on the Middlesex stream.
And welcome back to Merchant Taylors, everyone. Umpires on their way out. Sam Robson and Mark Stoneman will be on their way in a moment as well for Middlesex. Light roller on. And there they are, Middlesex openers. Well, now, hold on a minute. Ethan Bamber, I did wonder whether they would send out a night watchman. And Ethan Bamber is going out as night watchman with Mark Stoneman tonight. Well, that says a lot about this pitch, I think. Do you know, just as we were about to come off air, I was going to say that. I thought, is it worth sending out a couple of night watchmen? So Bamber to take strike and try and steer this. Interesting they've sent Stoneman as well. That's possibly the really interesting part of it. Could they have gone Bamber and Helm? I mean, goodness me. When you consider they've got an opener in De Carey's, at what point he'll come in, whether he comes in at 8 on the card. There's an awful lot of batting above him. Max Holden's been an opener. Eskenazi's been an opener. Lanshaw been an opener. He was in Test cricket. In fact, everyone bar Higgins in Middlesex's top 8. So this Middlesex side, only 3 batters haven't opened now that Bamber has. So, let's change that on the cards in the scorer's tent. It will not be Robson. Interestingly though, Stoneman's going to face the first ball. Send a night watchman out and Robson and Stoneman faces the first ball. Now Robson and Stoneman have a thing about, right, you face the first ball of this innings and I'll face the first ball of the next. So maybe Stoneman's got that in his mind. Maybe it was offered to both. Sanderson it is, from the Benham end. And it's punched away by Stoneman, first ball of the innings for 4. First ball of the Ashes, that bit of width outside the off stump. Crawley crunched it away, so Stoneman gets this one. It feels like the heavens are about to open, I must say. It's just darkened over here. Stoneman saw that big enough though. Packed slip cordon behind him. It's got so dark, and actually with a fair old chill and a bit of a breeze, it feels like it's going to be quite the shower when it comes down. Umpires might have to have a think about this in a moment. The lights significantly changed here at the ground quite instantly. It's a good leave by Stoneman while bowls Sanderson. Quite funny if the night watchman goes out there and doesn't face a ball. Solid from Stoneman. I thought about the single, it's not there. Don't get run out. Oh, cry of catch. It sounded as though it was pad to me. Umpire signals leg byes. 8 without loss.
Will Bamber get to face a ball tonight? Will the light hold? Just weighing up the light here at the moment. You see it in the background there, it's really beaming through. I think the thing about Merchant Taylors, because it's so open, it just feels like the light holds a little bit more, because around you, you're not so enclosed by stands. Straight from Sanderson, a single taken. End of the over. Stoneman steals the strike from the night watchman, denying Bamber tonight. They must have both been given the option. I mean, purely speculating here, but it must have been said to Robson and Stoneman, do you want a night watchman? Robson said yes, Stoneman said no thanks. So, Stoneman again. Whites goes very wide on the crease, and Stoneman keeps that bat face open. You could see his body shape, everything was starting to think onside, leg side. Pushes it to mid-on. Zaib in the background there, top scorer in the Northamptonshire innings with 49. Cry of catch it, but down the leg side safely. Out of the meats, but that's a good stop. Punch that hard off the back foot, Stoneman. Well, I've been familiar with surfaces and skies like this in Durham, where for a while that pitch was pretty tough up there. He had a great average, which got him into that England side eventually. And for a scrap. Side again, it's the pad and falls away, and it means Stoneman keeps the strike for the start of the third over. Bamber doing a great job. Night watchman running at the other end. He'll have a smile on his face when they come together here. Oh, he doesn't for once, Bamber. He's taking it very seriously, not wanting to distract Stoneman. Actually quite interesting insight, I'd imagine, for
Bamber being out there with Stoneman at the moment as an opening bowler, seeing the thought processes of an opening batter, hearing Stoneman talk to him there. Single taken. Oh, Bamber dives to get in. Incredible scenes here. The night watchman is on to strike, very nearly run out without facing. Have you ever heard the like? Cracking dive gets him in. Run! Oh, dearie me. Stoneman on to 6. Ethan Bamber on to strike. Short one to Bamber down the leg side. They're going to run the bye. Stoneman takes the strike again. So Stoneman, I guess, has gone out there and said, look, come with me, Ethan, but I'm not playing this as though you're a night watchman. If you're on strike, fine, but we're playing this properly. Interesting stuff from Stoneman. Theologian at the non-strikers end now. Bamber, I'm sure, will be loving every moment of this, working out the Stoneman mindset. Leg bye taken, gives the strike back to Bamber. Solid defence from Bamber again. First, I suppose, it's a short one down the leg side. The defence was get out of the way with it. Side again to Bamber, wants to come of the over. Be a little bit disappointed that they haven't managed to get at Bamber a bit more tonight, but of course the man that they'd really love to get tonight is Stoneman, so they'll have been delighted with the 14 deliveries they've had at Stoneman. Three gone, 13 without loss. Single for Stoneman. Quite a catch it. Maybe for somebody as it goes over the advertising board. Cracking shot from Bamba. Bowser gets him off the mark. Strokes by Bamba, look at that. Eat your heart out, Sam Robson. Beautiful punch off the back foot, Robson-esque. Runs through the offside for Bamba. Look at that. End of the over, 22 without loss. One to go on day one at Merchant Taylors. Middlesex under 200 behind already. Single taken, gets Stoneman off the strike now. That should be Stoneman for the day. Bamba should try and see out the strike now. Behind that, but only just. The edge along the floor to backward point. Solid. It's the offside from Bamba. Stumps on day one. It's a good day for the hosts. 23 without loss. They trail by 196. Bamba's done his job at the end there. A couple of boundaries. Helps to take that deficit below 200 before Middlesex have really got going. Stoneman goes out to face up. 8 from 16. Bamba 8 from 14. Middlesex have a little bit of a start thanks to the night watchman on the left as well, but crucially skittling Northamptonshire inside the day after they won the toss and elected to bat first. So, Wicket shared around today. Smiles will be shared around in that dressing room in a moment. Middlesex will feel they've got a good start to this game, not the start Northamptonshire would have particularly wanted. Pressure will be on them in the morning, especially with the Kookaburra ball, which is 5 overs old already. It's trying to get in amongst Middlesex very, very quickly. Certainly not let that night watchman, Bamba, trouble them. But Middlesex will think, look, they'll have another bite at this tomorrow with the bat, try and get out there and that first batter of the season find their way to a century. If they do, Middlesex will be a very, very strong position in the match. Thanks for your company today on the stream. From the stream team, myself, Kevin Hand. It's a very good night.